Welcome back. Here's the latest on Good Day Chicago just before 6 a.m.
Imports of Apple Watches may be banned. The U.S. International Trade Commission may look into whether imports of updated Apple Watches violate medical monitoring company Masimo's patent. Apple and Masimo have been going back and forth over whether or not Apple is using Masimo's pulse oximeter patent without permission.
A proposal by the Trump administration to encourage banks and other lenders to offer 50-year home loans is getting mixed reactions. It would lower monthly payments for first-time buyers, but it would also substantially increase the amount of interest paid over the life of the loan. Economists say the proposal doesn't address a key issue, which is a lack of homes on the market.
Deerfield-based Walgreens is cutting back on holiday pay for some workers. Bloomberg says Walgreens is eliminating 6 paid holidays given to hourly workers, including both Thanksgiving and Christmas. It would cost those workers hundreds of dollars in paychecks. A private equity firm bought out Walgreens in August.
And now at 6, immigration enforcement could be winding down in Chicago as the Pentagon is pulling troops.
Good news for travelers as the FAA lifts flight reductions at dozens of airports across the country.
Santos puts it up, and it is!
There it is, another wild finish for the Bears, and this morning they find themselves alone in first place in the NFC North.
And taking a live look outside this morning, Mike says we have a sunny day ahead. However, rain could be on the way.
I didn't hear rain at all because all I heard was a Bears win. Good morning.
Here we are. Is this real life? First place?
I can't believe it. And all hinging on a Lions loss, too, which I love the sound of,
That's
you know?
True. Mike Kaplan, we're in a good mood.
I hope so. I hope so. And hopefully the weather's going to keep you in a good mood. It's a little chilly out there. We have a bright start on the way. I keep looking at this moonshot. I don't know if we can get that called up here or not, but it is a spectacular sight hanging low in the eastern sky. If you can't see the moon where you are, you're missing out on a beauty. There you go. This looks cool. I was describing this earlier. Part of the moon is being illuminated by sunlight. You can definitely tell that. But why can you see the rest of the moon a little bit? That is called Earthshine. Sunlight bouncing off the Earth is actually illuminating the moon a little bit, and that's why you're able to see it when it's in its crescent phase looking like that. And it's a glorious morning, but it is cold. Let's talk temperatures out there. A lot of us are in the low 30s. It is 32 at Midway, 33 at O'Hare. Look at these 20s. Aurora down to 22, 27 at Rensselaer. We'll get into the upper 40s this afternoon, about normal for mid-November, but it is going to turn cloudier this afternoon. When does rain arrive? I'll let you know. Are you going to arrive on time or late? Let's find out from Gabriella.
Well, Mike, we have some issues still going on over in Bartlett. Remember, I was showing you earlier that icon that we had. It's just a car versus deer situation. It's northbound Route 59 at Lake Street, but it's still blocking at least a lane and causing a little bit of stop-and-go traffic. That's our only incident in the system. Luckily, our train issues on Metro Electric have cleared. Maybe a little bit of a delay still if you're taking that line. But let's take a look at our drive times this early in the morning. 25 minutes right now on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. A little heavy as you're coming off the Bishop Ford onto 95th. And again, as you're passing the Stevenson northbound on the Dan Ryan. 25 minutes, let's call it on the Stevenson and on the Eisenhower. Let's call it 30 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. You could see going outbound past the junction that it's a little heavy as well. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. A man is dead this morning after a fire broke out in the Roseland neighborhood.
Roseanne has the latest.
We don't yet know the identity of the victim or if he even lived at this address. Here's what we do know this morning. Fire officials were called to the fire, which was in a camper, just after 10:30 last night. The fire was quickly struck, then Firefighters notified police they had found an unresponsive man inside. The man had severe burns and was suffering from smoke inhalation. He was treated and then pronounced dead at the scene. Chicago fire and arson investigators are looking for the cause of the fire, which started in the backyard of a home on the 107th block of South LaSalle in Roseland, as you can see in a recreational vehicle in the backyard. There are still a lot of questions. Investigators still trying to determine the identity of the man who lost his life in this fire as well. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Well, we've got good news for holiday travelers. Flight restrictions nationwide are coming to an end.
Brian is here in studio with the very latest for us. Brian?
Well, the FAA, they're ending all restrictions on commercial flights that were imposed at 40 major airports, including O'Hare and Midway. Airlines resumed their regular flight schedules earlier this morning. Those cuts were in place during the government shutdown as officials listed staffing and safety concerns. The flight cuts started at 4% and later grew to 6%.
I just wish this could all be avoided. I don't know why we have to go through this over and over again in this country. I'm glad that it ended before Thanksgiving. I've got family coming into town. Looks like they'll be able to make it here.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says efforts will now be focused on hiring more air traffic controllers and also revamping their systems with new equipment. Anthony?
Brian, thank you. We have an update on Reverend Jesse Jackson and his hospitalization. In a statement, his family says that Reverend Jackson is in stable condition and is right now breathing without the assistance of breathing machines. They also say, contrary to specific reports, he is not on life support. For more than a decade, Reverend Jackson has been battling a neurodegenerative disease called progressive supranuclear palsy. The 84-year-old was originally treated for Parkinson's, but last April his PSP condition was confirmed. Family says he is still at Northwestern receiving appropriate treatment.
And we're following breaking news this morning. According to a report from the New York Times, the Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from Chicago and Portland, Oregon. President Donald Trump had ordered them to the cities weeks ago. Some 200 California National Guard troops were sent to Portland, while another 200 Texas National Guard members were sent to Chicago. Some have already returned to their home states as early as Sunday. The Trump administration is focusing on immigration enforcement now in Charlotte, North Carolina. Over the weekend, ICE agents say they arrested 81 people in an operation it is calling Charlotte's Web. A spokesperson for the agency says many of those arrested had significant criminal and immigration history.
A United Airlines flight from Dallas to Chicago had to make an emergency landing in St. Louis due to a potential security threat. A passenger said there was a bomb in his wife's luggage. The plane was checked, was given the all clear. The flight then made its way to Chicago yesterday afternoon. The man who made that threat was arrested.
President Trump is now calling on House Republicans to release files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. In a late-night social media post, the president said, quote, "We have nothing to hide." Trump's shift comes as a growing number of Republican lawmakers joined Democrats to back a bill that would require the Justice Department to unseal all remaining Epstein-related records.
So they're using Jeffrey Epstein as a deflection from the tremendous success that we're having as a party. Her life is in danger. Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
A vote to release the files is expected in the House this week. Last week, the House Oversight Committee released thousands of pages of documents from Epstein's estate.
And President Trump, meantime, slamming Republican state lawmakers in Indiana. He called them out in a post on Truth Social yesterday. He criticized those lawmakers for not pursuing redistricting efforts. President Trump says those who oppose redistricting should lose their seats. Lawmakers from both parties have pushed to redraw congressional lines to benefit their party ahead of next year's midterms. Not only is it a victory Monday for the Chicago Bears, they, if you can believe it, are in sole possession of first place in the NFC North.
Yesterday's game against the Vikings looked all too familiar to the Week 1 loss. Just like in Week 1, the Bears dominated most of the game until J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings scored a touchdown late in the game to take the lead. But a big kick return from Devin Duvernay set up a game-winning field goal from Cairo Santos.
I was very reminiscent there of the first game where we ended up having a lead and then allowed it to get interesting there. And you know, we felt like we didn't make enough plays there in the first game to earn that victory. And so this one we did. So I do think that shows growth as a football team.
It doesn't matter when, it doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter who, it doesn't. We got the guys, we got the coaches, we live in the known. And so when our moment comes, when their moment comes, whoever it is on the team, we'll make the play.
The Bears are now 7-3 on the season. They jumped into first place after the Lions lost to the Eagles last night.
And the Bears host the Steelers on Sunday at Soldier Field, but Steelers could be without Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers was hit pretty hard in the second quarter of yesterday's game against the Bengals, did not return for the second half. Rodgers reportedly suffering a break in his left wrist, not his throwing arm. He will undergo further testing today.
All right, 6:08 now, and we're back to Mike Kaplan. We got sunshine today, but some rough weather ahead.
I don't know that it's going to be so much rough, wet. For sure.
I associate that with a rough commute.
Okay.
If it's during the commuting hours.
Well, then I will buy into that.
Okay.
But I do want some additional rain as we go into winter. Maybe we can eat into some of the drought conditions out there. But the storm system that I thought was going to bring much more rain Thursday and Friday here may not happen now. So let's talk about it. Rain is on the way. Dry until nightfall with rain mainly after midnight. There may be a couple of light showers sneaking in ahead of that. Soggy and raw tomorrow with occasional rain. And then showers looking less likely Thursday and Friday. I haven't completely yanked them out of my forecast, but I'm close. 33. Skies are clear at O'Hare. We have a gentle west-northwest wind at 6 miles per hour. It's a little bit of a wind chill. Feels like 28 degrees at the big airport right now. And that's a similar wind chill area-wide. Aurora's airport dropped to 22. How much colder could it get there, right? 30 at Waukegan, 33 at the lakefront, 33 at LaSalle, Peru, 31 at Valparaiso, 40 degrees at Benton Harbor. That is the warm spot this morning. As I mentioned, the wind chill, not that different from the actual air temperature, maybe about a 5-degree drop in some spots. Oddly, Aurora's wind chill is actually warmer than its air temperature. That does not make sense to me. 29 at Joliet, that's the feels like. 25 at Waukegan. We're heading for upper 40s today, and we'll time out the arrival of that rain for you in just a little bit. Natalie, Anthony, back to you.
Thank you, Mike. A fight going on for decades between the estate of O.J. Simpson and the father of Ron Goldman could be coming to an end. We'll be right back.
Your go-to.
According to a report from the New York Times, the Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from Chicago and Portland, Oregon.
President Trump had ordered them to these cities weeks and weeks ago. 200 members of the Texas National Guard were sent to Chicago. President Trump justified the move to address crime and protect federal agents during their immigration enforcement efforts. Their deployment was stalled due to court battles.
A man is dead following an RV fire in Chicago's Roseland neighborhood. It happened last night on South LaSalle. When officers arrived, they saw firefighters had already extinguished the flames from inside the RV. Firefighters found a man with severe burns who also suffered from smoke inhalation.
Reverend Jesse Jackson remains hospitalized this morning, but his family is updating his condition. In a statement, family says Reverend Jackson is in stable condition and is breathing without the assistance of breathing machines. They also said, quote, contrary to specific reports, he is not on life support.
A decades-long feud between the estate of the late O.J. Simpson and the father of Ron Goldman over a civil judgment may be ending. A TMZ report says Simpson's estate has accepted a creditor claim by Fred Goldman for a settlement of about $57 million. Ron Goldman was killed in June of 1994 at the Los Angeles home of Nicole Brown Simpson, the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson. Fred Goldman initially submitted a claim for $117 million to resolve a civil trial verdict in 1997 of wrongful death culpability by Simpson. O.J. Simpson's acquittal of double murder charges in a nation-gripping criminal trial in 1995 later led to a civil trial where he was found liable.
Chris Boyd, who is a cornerback for the New York Jets, he is hospitalized after being wounded pretty seriously in a shooting that happened early yesterday morning in Manhattan. Police say the 29-year-old Boyd was leaving a restaurant right around 2 a.m. when a dispute turned violent. So far, no arrests have been made. Police say Boyd was shot in the abdomen.
President Trump is considering talking with Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. A U.S. aircraft carrier moving closer to Venezuela has intensified fears of a possible U.S. invasion. The Trump administration has already carried out numerous strikes on suspected drug vessels, killing more than 80 people. Trump has suggested the counter-drug operation could carry over to land if necessary. Venezuela's defense minister ordered the country's 200,000 soldiers to prepare for a possible war.
Residents living in Central and Southern California, they are taking precautions due to heavy rain in that region. Montecito, that's in Santa Barbara County, saw 10 inches of rain over just 3 days. The National Weather Service has issued several flood advisories across Southern California with more rain expected today. Mike, it never ceases to amaze me in California how it's either drought for weeks and weeks and weeks or just, I mean, 10 inches of rain in 3 days. It's just a place of extremes, it seems.
And they're worried there of it raining in areas that have burn scars from the fires earlier this year, which, as you know, lead to, landslides, mudslides, and that's a big concern right now. In fact, I was queuing up the radar out there on the West Coast to kind of show you what Anthony and Natalie were just talking about. So here is that rain. This is part of an atmospheric river, what we used to in the Weatherland call the Pineapple Express. Essentially, it's a jet stream that brings moisture in from the Pacific near Hawaii, which is why it gets that pineapple moniker. But the point is, heavy rainfall, most of it now is north of the Los Angeles area where all those burn scars are, but this is going to be impacting more of California during the day. Around here, things are quiet, no precipitation out there, barely any cloud cover, and you're going to see a lot of sunshine today, but you want that coat. It is cold. Lots of 20s showing up. Joliet, 25. These aren't wind chills. This is the actual temperature. 22 at Aurora, 27. Woodstock, Rockford is down to 25. 31 at Valparaiso. Chicago's lakefront, 33 degrees. Today, we're going to max out at 48. That's the normal high this time of year. Not a lot of wind. Sunshine early, cloudier late. And then tonight, gear up for some rain. Most of that's going to come in here about after 11 o'clock. There might be a few early showers out there, but most of this is going to be kind of a cold rain late at night into tomorrow. All right, pavement is dry out there, but that doesn't mean we can't have some problems. Gabriella, where are the slowdowns?
Mike, we'll talk about a couple of crashes here in just a second, but first let's talk about some of our drivers drive times, 25 minutes, which is fairly heavy for the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. You can see your traffic starts there on the Bishop Ford near 111th all the way over to the Split. 30 minutes on the Stevenson and on the Eisenhower, 30 minutes as well on the Kennedy from White to downtown. Still holding on to some traffic for your outbound commute on the Kennedy after the junction. I'm still saying 25 minutes for your outbound drive. Let's go over to Des Plaines to one of those crashes I referred to. It's Route 83 and Oakton Street. It shouldn't be really blocking much, and crews are on scene. And then over on Cicero Avenue in Cicero and Cermak Road, that's the intersection there. You can see some traffic, especially on the northbound side here, but crews again are on scene here as well, trying to get this taken care of for your morning commute. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. Now, in an abrupt turn, President Trump is now calling on Congress to release the Jeffrey Epstein files.
The House is set to vote this week on releasing more information about the case that has already embroiled a number of high-profile figures. Doug Luzader has the latest.
President Trump returning to Washington last night, answering questions, but his patience was wearing thin when it came to the Jeffrey Epstein case.
Well, I don't want to talk about it because fake news like you're a terrible reporter.
But a short time later, this on Truth Social. House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. The House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point.
This is most likely the biggest corruption scandal in the history of the country.
Many Democrats had spent the weekend unloading on Trump for opposing a full document dump, and last week they released selected emails suggesting, they say, that Trump was aware of Epstein's trafficking of girls.
He called me a traitor, and that is so extremely wrong.
And some of the Republicans in Congress who have supported the release have found themselves at odds with Trump, none more than one-time loyalist Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. The president, who was denied any wrongdoing, has called for an investigation into Epstein's ties to Democrats, including former President Bill Clinton. Regardless, we expect a vote in the House this week to release more, even if the House Speaker is skeptical.
They're doing this to go after President Trump on this theory that he has something to do with it. He does not.
All right, so Doug joining us live now. Doug, will there be any issues in terms of advancing this bill in the Senate, do you think?
Well, assuming it gets that far, we're going to see a House vote this week. It is expected to have enough support to pass, which means that enough Republicans will get on board that this thing gets out of the House. The Senate, we don't know at this point whether the Senate would take it up. And then, of course, there's a question of whether the president would sign it into law. But, he's certainly made it clear that now he wants the House to vote for it. So, maybe this gets wrapped up quickly. We don't know. There may still be a lot of twists and turns ahead, as we have seen throughout this Jeffrey Epstein saga.
And Doug, a potential rift within the Republican Party. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been obviously very outspoken about releasing the files. Does it appear to be that there is kind of a growing divide within the party, or maybe that always existed?
Well, yeah, you heard her just say that that she was called a traitor by the president,
Right.
and he did call her that. So, yeah, there are a lot of Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene among them, who for years have been clamoring for the release of the Epstein files, thinking that there is something else there. Now, we don't know if that's the case or not, and it may be that, these files are eventually all released, and it's kind of a big yawn. On the other hand, a lot of people point to the circles that Epstein ran in that included some big names really from both parties, thinking that there is going to be some kind of a revelation in these documents. We may find out relatively soon here.
The saga continues. Doug, thank you, sir. As always, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, other news. A confrontation involving a player and a fan in the NBA. What led Draymond Green to approach a fan who was sitting courtside? That's coming up.
I'm Richard.
Welcome back. Look at this beautiful start to our work week. Crystal clear out there as we take a look over Lake Michigan. 625. Good morning, everybody.
A big transition could be hitting Apple next year. The Financial Times says Apple CEO Tim Cook could step down. Cook stepped into the position after Steve Jobs died in 2011. The report cites insiders familiar with the discussions and reveals John Turnus, Apple's senior vice president of hardware engineering, is being considered. The publication says it's not official yet and wouldn't be announced until Apple's next earnings report in January.
This is a little odd incident during a football game yesterday. Texas State Trooper was sent home after an incident with players on the University of South Carolina football team. This happened Saturday, I should say, during their game against Texas A&M. It happened right after an 80-yard touchdown. South Carolina star wideout Nick Harbor was exiting the end zone to walk off some discomfort, and there they are returning from the tunnel. Okay, a state trooper bumped into one of the players, then turned around, pointed at them while saying something. Now, the Office of the Inspector General is looking into the matter. A little heated there. All right, things got a little heated as well in the NBA between Golden State Warriors star Draymond Green and a fan. They were face-to-face. That's a New Orleans Pelicans fan during last night's game. Green later told reporters that that little confrontation came after that fan kept calling him Angel Reese. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr says he was fine with that as long as it didn't escalate, but he did say that he wished a security guard would have gotten there a little sooner.
A record number of Americans could be traveling for Thanksgiving. AAA projects about 82 million people will be traveling at least 50 miles from home between Tuesday, November 25th and Monday, December 1st. The expected number is more than 1 million travelers than last Thanksgiving, which is the current record for the holiday week. The Trump administration is canceling plans to require airlines to pay travelers for delays. The plan was first announced by former President Biden. It would have required airlines to pay passengers up to $300 for delays of at least 3 hours and up to $775 for delays lasting at least 9 hours. The Transportation Department now says the plan would have caused, quote, unnecessary regulatory burdens. Mike?
Sunshine this morning with some clouds moving in the afternoon, but I watched that game where that trooper deliberately walked into those players. Interesting. I can't wait to see what the final resolution of that is, but wow, what a scene. All right, how about upper 40s today? What about rain later this week? The Thursday-Friday storm system, kind of a head scratcher right now. I'll explain coming up.
Affordable.
Welcome back, 6:30. Good morning, everybody. We got a beautiful Monday underway, and we thank you for joining us here on Good Day Chicago.
And here's some of the top stories we're following for you this morning. Immigration enforcement could be winding down in Chicago as the Pentagon is pulling National Guard troops.
We got some good news for travelers as the FAA lifts flight reductions at dozens of airports across the country.
And the Bears win in dramatic fashion again. Also find themselves alone in first place in the division.
We are so excited about this. Victory Monday, Bears in first in mid-November. I mean, hey, Mike, if I had told you at the beginning of the season, we'd be 7-3. I'm guessing you'd be.
Come on, Homer.
But here we are.
Here we are, and I'll take it. You are what your record says you are, so let's just go with that for now. All right, we have a day that's going to feature a lot of sunshine in the morning and then some more cloud cover coming in during the afternoon, so plan on that. And you definitely want a winter coat. I mean, we're some spots are in the 20s right now. By 9, 38 degrees, sunshine, but still chilly. 46 degrees at noon. That's about normal for this date. I think we'll hit 48, but cloud cover will be on the increase. By 4 o'clock, you'll be looking at a temperature right around 46 degrees. So right now at O'Hare, 33, a little bit of wind, so the wind chill feels like 28 degrees, and you'll see these chilly temperatures during the morning, but you're also going to see a lot of sunshine, sun getting ready to come out. I promise you, the planetarium is not moving. We're just panning our camera out there. Might be an earthquake there. Ooh. All right, Gabriella, let's talk traffic.
You know, Mike, we have Skyfox up this morning, and I know they're just over the Ohio feeder ramp, and I know that's causing some trouble for you there, Mike, too, with some overnight closures as well. And it looks like they're moving around a lot, too. What's going on with our cameras here? No, you know what? I was going to go to our next page here, but know that the Ohio feeder ramp, it still has that lane split going on if you're going into the city, and it, of course, causes some backup, even though we're done with the construction on the outbound side of the Kennedy. Let's talk about your drive time, starting with the Kennedy, 40 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. It's gone up, yes, by 5 to 10 minutes since the last time I saw you. The traffic is mostly before the junction. 40 minutes as well on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the old post office. Almost 40 minutes on the Stevenson. 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne interchange. So it's heavy across the board. We have those 2 crashes that are still hanging on. One is just south of the Jane Addams. It's over on Route 83 in Oakton Street. And then, of course, Cicero Avenue in Cermak. We have a crash off the expressway there as well. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. And we've got good news for holiday travelers. Flight restrictions nationwide are coming to an end.
Brian is here in studio with the very latest. Brian.
The FAA is ending all restrictions on commercial flights that were imposed at 40 major airports, including both O'Hare and Midway. Airlines resumed their regular flight schedules earlier this morning. The restriction and cuts were in place during the government shutdown as officials listed staffing and safety concerns. The flight cuts started at 4% and later grew up to 6%.
I just wish this could all be avoided. I don't know why we have to go through this over and over again in this country. I'm glad that it ended before Thanksgiving. I've got family coming into town. Looks like they'll be able to make it here.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says efforts would now focus on hiring more air traffic controllers and also revamping their systems with new equipment. Anthony?
All right, thank you, Brian. We do have an update this morning on the condition of Reverend Jesse Jackson and his hospitalization. In a statement, the family says Reverend Jackson is in stable condition and is breathing without the assistance of breathing machines. They also said, quote, contrary to specific reports, he is not on life support. For more than a decade, Reverend Jackson has been battling a neurodegenerative disease. It's called progressive supranuclear palsy. The 84-year-old was originally treated for Parkinson's, but last April his PSP, as it's known, was confirmed. And his family says he is still at Northwestern. He is receiving the appropriate treatment.
We are following breaking news this morning. According to a report from the New York Times, the Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from Chicago and Portland, Oregon. President Donald Trump had ordered them to the cities weeks ago. Some 200 California National Guard troops were sent to Portland, while another 200 Texas National Guard members were sent to Chicago. Some have already returned to their home states as early as Sunday. Trump administration is focusing on immigration enforcement now in Charlotte, North Carolina. Over the weekend, ICE agents say they arrested 81 people in an operation. It's being called Charlotte's Web. A spokesperson for the agency says many of those arrested had significant criminal and immigration history.
A United Airlines flight from Dallas to Chicago had to make an emergency landing in St. Louis due to a potential security threat. A passenger said that there was a bomb in his wife's luggage. The plane was checked, it was given the all clear, and the flight then made its way to Chicago yesterday afternoon. The man who made that threat was then arrested.
President Trump is now calling on House Republicans to release files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. In a late-night social media post, the president said, quote, "We have nothing to hide." Trump's shift comes as a growing number of Republican lawmakers join Democrats to back a bill that would require the Justice Department to unseal all remaining Epstein-related records.
So they're using Jeffrey Epstein as a deflection from the tremendous success that we're having as a party.
A vote to release the files is expected in the House this week. Last week, the House Oversight Committee released thousands of pages of documents from Epstein's estate.
President Trump is slamming Republican state lawmakers in Indiana. He called them out in a post on Truth Social yesterday. He criticized lawmakers for not pursuing redistricting efforts. President Trump says those opposed to redistricting should lose their seats. Lawmakers from both parties have pushed to redraw congressional lines to benefit their party ahead of next year's midterms. Okay, not only is it a victory Monday for the Bears, but they are also in sole possession of first place in the NFC North.
Yesterday's game against the Vikings looked all too familiar to their Week 1 loss. Just like in Week 1, the Bears dominated most of the game until J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings scored a touchdown late in the game to take the lead. But a big kick return from Devin Duvernay set up a game-winning field goal from Cairo Santos.
It was very reminiscent there of the first game where we ended up having a lead and then allowed it to get interesting there. And you know, we felt like we didn't make enough plays there in the first game to earn that victory. And so this one we did. So I do think that shows growth as a football team.
It doesn't matter when, it doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter who, it doesn't. We got the guys, we got the coaches, we live in the known. And so when our moment comes, when their moment comes, whoever it is on the team, we'll make the play.
The Bears are now 7-3 on the season, and they jumped into first place after the Lions lost to the Eagles last night. The sweet taste of victory, made even sweeter by the Lions' loss.
Indeed.
And Mike is here.
This is great.
Yes, we're all excited. Hopefully we can keep this rolling going.
Well, you know, Anthony's question a little while ago was spot on. At the beginning of the season, would we have thought, yeah, we'll probably be about 7-3? No. If you at home thought, yeah, I think we're going to be about 7-3 after 10 games,
people would be like,
congratulations, Nostradamus. Well done. All right, we have, you want to do some weather predicting with me? Come and join me. We have a nice sunny morning on the way, but we do have some cloud cover moving in. In fact, you can see that here on our satellite imagery approaching from the west. You can see some thicker cloud cover here coming out of Iowa. Most of the cloudiness that we have right now is high and thin, but right in there, clouds are a little thicker, meaning they cover more vertical space in the atmosphere. They're going to block out more sun as the day wears on. Here's our Weather Authority Futurecast, and there are those clouds coming in during the afternoon. Could there be a sprinkle or something late afternoon, early evening? Yes, but the bulk of the rain coming in here a little bit later. At 11 o'clock, we're just now starting to see some of this in western portions of Chicagoland. Overspreads the whole area overnight. This is the wrinkle that I'm still kind of on the fence about, and our model has been consistent in showing this. Tomorrow morning, not much going on. A second wave of light showers moves in during the afternoon, and then by evening, everything is gone, and Wednesday will be dry with some high pressure building in and trying to scour out some of the cloud cover. But on the whole, got kind of a cloudy and raw period on the way from late this afternoon into Wednesday. But what is not appearing to be the case is a soaking rain Thursday and Friday. Had you asked me, Mike, what do you think Thursday and Friday is going to be? If you asked me on Saturday, I would have said, ooh, lots of rain. Not so much anymore. Good weather for the Bears game. Sunshine and a high temperature of 52 there at Soldier Field. Natalie?
All right, thank you, Mike. Plenty more to come here on Good Day Chicago. An NFL player is in the hospital this morning after a shooting in New York City. A big change could be coming for Apple. And the Trump administration making a change to a policy that required airlines to pay travelers for delays. We'll be right back. I'm Tina.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Good Day Chicago at 6:43. It is going to be a lovely Monday out there as we take a look at a nice bright sky. Sun's ready to make an appearance for us. All right, at 6:43, Chris Boyd. It's an unusual football story here. Cornerback for the New York Jets hospitalized after he was seriously wounded in a shooting that happened yesterday morning in Manhattan. Police say the 29-year-old Boyd was leaving a restaurant just after 2 a.m. when some kind of dispute turned violent. So far, no arrests have been made, but police say Boyd was shot in the abdomen.
President Trump is considering talking with Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. A U.S. aircraft carrier moving closer to Venezuela has intensified fears of a possible U.S. invasion. The Trump administration has already carried out numerous strikes on suspected drug vessels, killing more than 80 people. Trump has suggested the counter-drug operation could carry over to land if necessary. Venezuela's defense minister ordered the country's 200,000 soldiers to prepare for a possible war. And a day before the UN Security Council is set to vote on an American resolution opening the door to Palestinian independence, Israel's prime minister is vowing to oppose any attempt of that. Benjamin Netanyahu has long ruled out a Palestinian state. But as the U.S. pushes forward with its Gaza ceasefire plan, Netanyahu faces heavy international pressure to show flexibility.
President Trump says he is open to meeting with New York City's Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. The president, though, has slammed Mamdani in the past few months, labeling the Democratic Socialist as a communist. He also threatened to deport Mamdani, who was born in Uganda, and to pull funding from the city. Mamdani openly opposes President Trump and his anti-immigrant agenda, but Mamdani has left the door open to work with anyone, including the president.
A federal appeals court is upholding the hate crime convictions for the 3 men found guilty in the 2020 killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Father and son, Greg and Travis McMichael, along with their neighbor, William Roddy Bryan, were all found guilty of chasing Arbery, who was running through his Georgia neighborhood before they killed him with a shotgun. Their lawyers urged federal judges to overturn their case, arguing the men's history of racist social media posts and texts did not prove they targeted Arbery because he was black.
Residents living in Central and Southern California, they're taking precautions due to very heavy rain in that region. Montecito, that is in Santa Barbara County, saw 10 inches of rain over 3 days. The National Weather Service has issued several flood advisories across Southern California, with even more rain expected today. All right, parents, I want you to open your phone and set your alarms for 11:57 a.m. this morning, okay?
All
There's a
right,
reason for
I'm
that.
with you.
Because tickets for Metro's holiday trains, they sell out like immediately. They will be available at noon. We'll have details on this year's plans when we come back.
Weather Authority.
According to a report from the New York Times, the Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from Chicago and Portland, Oregon.
President Trump had ordered them to the cities weeks ago. 200 Texas National Guard members were sent to Chicago. President Trump justified that move to address crime and protect federal agents during immigration enforcement. Their deployment, though, was stalled due to court battles.
A man is dead following an RV fire in Chicago's Roseland neighborhood. It happened last night on South LaSalle. When officers arrived, they saw firefighters had already extinguished the flames from inside the RV. Firefighters found a man with severe burns who also suffered from smoke inhalation inside. The fire is still under investigation.
Reverend Jesse Jackson remains hospitalized this morning, but his family is updating his condition and clarifying a couple things. In a statement, the family says Reverend Jackson is in stable condition and is breathing without the assistance of breathing machines. They also said that, quote, contrary to specific reports, that he is not on life support.
6:50, and we're starting off the Monday here with a bang. We've got some great sunshine out there this morning, Mike.
Nice. Yeah, it's cold out there, though. Don't let that sunshine deceive you. You want that winter coat on. A lot of us are in the 20s, and where it's not in the 20s, it's barely in the 30s. Despite that, we're going to have kind of a normal mid-November day here with high temperatures getting up to 48 degrees. That is the normal high. 48 at O'Hare, Midway, 49 Joliet. A few spots might tag 50 in the I-80 corridor and Point South. Not a wide spread in temperatures area-wide, but what we will see from west to east, an increase in cloud cover. That is going to take place. You can see it here in our futurecast as cloud cover begins to move in from the west during the day. By afternoon, I think mostly cloudy gets it done. Rainfall, I think most of it, if not all. I mean, our model's showing a couple of sprinkles here around 8 o'clock. I think almost all of this is a post-midnight sort of a deal for Chicagoland. Then the new trend is that most of this is out of here favoring a dry morning commute, followed by a few showers in the afternoon, and then out of here. I don't expect a tremendous amount of rainfall, but I think the rain shut down tomorrow night. It's going to be dry on Wednesday with mostly cloudy skies continuing, but on Wednesday should be a few degrees warmer. 48 today, north winds, light speeds about 5 to 10. It does get cloudier. Tonight, almost all of the rain coming in here after midnight. And it's going to be a cold rain, 38 degrees for the low. Look at tomorrow's high, 2-degree warm up to 40 with occasional showers. Wednesday, 48. Then we're in the 50s. Thursday into the weekend. This chance of rain, which looked like a lock for Thursday and Friday a few days ago, not so much anymore. Most of the computer models hold all of that to our south. I think the weekend's dry with highs very close to 50 degrees. Should be good weather there at Soldier Field, as maybe not Aaron Rodgers will be playing. All right, Sky Fox is flying around. Gabriella Primus is here to tell us what we're looking at.
Hey, Mike, we're looking at the tri-state right now. We're going with traffic northbound there pretty quickly, so don't get too dizzy out there. Hey, Mike mentioned that sunshine. Don't forget your sunglasses because you are going to have a sunshine delay if you're going into the city, and that's partially why we're on the tri-state, because even for folks up in the helicopter, it's a little bit too bright. Your drive times are looking around 45 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, around 45 as well on the Eisenhower and Stevenson, 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. Where you're going to see some stop and go here on the tri-state is just past the Stevenson, your normal area. Let's talk about some road construction that's happening. It's in Des Plaines. It's railroad repairs, actually, that are going on. It's a full closure on Touhy Avenue east of Manheim. It started on Friday last week, and it's going to continue probably until Thursday of this week. So keep this in mind as well. Natalie.
Thank you, Gabby. A big transition could be hitting Apple next year. The Financial Times says Apple CEO Tim Cook could step down. Cook stepped into the position after Steve Jobs died in 2011. The report cites insiders familiar with the discussions and reveals John Ternus, Apple's senior vice president of hardware engineering, is being considered. The publication says it's not official yet and wouldn't be announced until Apple's next earnings report in January.
A Texas state trooper is sent home after an incident involving players on the University of South Carolina football team. This happened Saturday during their game against Texas A&M. After an 80-yard touchdown, South Carolina star wideout Nick Harbor exited the end zone to walk off some discomfort, and then when he returned, right there, look at that. Okay, he was returning from the tunnel. A state trooper bumped into one player, then turned around and pointed at them while saying something. Now the Office of the Inspector General is looking into that matter. Things also got a little heated in the NBA between Golden State Warriors star Draymond Green and a fan. There they are facing off. This is a New Orleans Pelicans fan during last night's game. Green later told reporters that the confrontation came after that fan kept calling him Angel Reese. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr says he was fine with all that as long as it didn't escalate. Kerr added, though, that he wished that security guard would have gotten there a little sooner.
See, I would have taken that as a compliment.
Compliment.
Yes.
Exactly.
Please call me Angel Reese. All right. 6:54 now. Record number of Americans could be traveling for Thanksgiving. AAA projects about 82 million people will be traveling at least 50 miles from home between Tuesday, November 25th and Monday, December 1st. The expected number is more than 1 million travelers than last Thanksgiving, which is a current record for the holiday week. Trump administration is canceling plans to require airlines to pay travelers for delays. The plan was first announced by former President Biden. It would have required airlines to pay passengers up to $300 for delays of at least 3 hours and up to $775 for delays lasting at least 9 hours. The Transportation Department now says the plan would have caused, quote, unnecessary regulatory burdens.
Pope Leo welcomed Hollywood actors and directors to the Vatican. The pontiff was celebrating cinema and its impact on society. He encouraged them to use the cinema to, quote, promote human dignity. As part of the Vatican's efforts to engage with people around the world, director Spike Lee, he was there. He gave Pope Leo a New York Knicks jersey because several Knicks players went to Villanova, which is Pope Leo's alma mater.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
That's nice. All right, the last U.S. pennies made at the Philadelphia Mint last week. We were kind of wondering, how much could they go for at auction? They could be worth about $5 million each. Wow. Several will be up for auction in December. The final 5 pennies have an omega symbol to denote their special status of finality in minting.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, tickets for Metra's holiday trains will go on sale today. Parents, you might want to set your alarm for about noon today to get in on this because they go quickly. Holiday train trips will be available on 5 lines this year. Here they are: Metro Electric, BNSF, Milwaukee District West, Rock Island, and Union Pacific Northwest. Trains are specifically decorated and feature holiday characters, Santa, the whole thing. Ticket also includes a visit to the North Pole Winter Wonderland at Millennium Station. They're only $10. They go on sale at noon today.
And they sell out fast,
They do.
Anthony says, so
Yep.
get ready. Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
So you only check.
Welcome back. The USDA released new data that casts serious doubt on whether or not China plans to actually buy millions of bushels of soybeans after the Trump administration touted a new deal with Chinese leader Xi Jinping.
Can I just say, Anthony alerted me that he has something in his mouth. I had no idea what you're talking about.
We've been anchoring together for so long that I'm disappointed you
I know.
didn't
I thought you were telling me
understand
there
my
was something
sign
on your
language.
face. Okay, so soybeans, back to the story at hand. The agriculture report shows only 2 Chinese purchases of soybeans from America since the summit in South Korea. So that amounts to 300,000 metric tons, and that is certainly a large amount. But this is a far cry from the 12 million metric tons promised by Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins by January and the 25 million promised each of the next 3 years. So we're behind schedule on this. Walgreens making cutbacks in holiday pay for some workers. A Bloomberg report says the pharmacy chain will eliminate 6 paid holidays for hourly workers. Cutbacks in holiday pay will include the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, which is set to cost workers hundreds of dollars in paychecks. The move comes after private equity firm Sycamore Partners bought Walgreens in August.
Imports of Apple Watches may be banned now. The U.S. International Trade Commission may look into whether imports of updated Apple Watches violate medical monitoring company Massimo's patent. Apple and Massimo have been going back and forth on this over whether Apple is using Massimo's pulse oximeter patent without permission.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
And right now at 7 o'clock, good news ahead of the busy holiday travel season. The FAA lifts flight reductions at dozens of airports across the country.
That is good news.
Yeah.
President Trump is changing his tune, now calling for the release of the Epstein files. And wait for it.
Wait for it. Do we have it?
All
okay, well, hopefully you caught it live yesterday. Another wild finish for the Bears. They are in sole possession of first place in the NFC North, if you can believe it. 10 games into the season, who would have thunk? But here we are.
Do you want me to reenact Devin Duvernay's?
Please.
Please.
Yes.
I mean, that return was amazing. There we go.
There it is.
Field goal range.
And we'll get Jake to come in and kick the field goal.
Yeah, right.
All smiles. It really does take off the Monday edge when we are talking about a Bears victory.
Totally.
I mean, this is so great.
Completely different from last year, where every week was like, can you believe they blew that?
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a whole new world out there for our first place Bears. And we have some sunshine to enjoy out there this morning, but there's going to be some cloud cover coming in here later in the day. Temperatures normal for the 17th of February. A little bit on the chilly side at 9, 38 degrees, 46 at noon. And there you see that cloud cover coming in later in the day. So enjoy that sun while you can, because we've got kind of a raw day on the way tomorrow. 32, skies are clear now at O'Hare. Very little wind, so the wind chill's about the same as the actual air temperature. Let's show you some other numbers. A couple spots have gotten colder. Look at that Aurora Airport, 23. Joliet, 25. Woodstock, 28. Just below freezing at Midway, where it's 31. We got 30 at Gary, 32 at Valparaiso. Cold start, but we'll get in the upper 40s later today. Give you a look at the timing of that rainfall. But right now, Gabriella's here to tell us what kind of delays you might face on this Monday morning.
You know, Mike, it looks like we have some northbound traffic here on the tri-state. We're trying to stay out of the sun's way because even in the helicopter, it can cause some issues. No, you're not going to want to forget your sunglasses if you're going into the city, and you're going to see some sunshine delays too, I should mention. All right, yeah, traffic starts around I-55 all the way to around 290, your typical spot this time of morning. But let's take a look at those drive times. If you are heading in, 45 minutes right now on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Around the same on the Eisenhower, 40 minutes on the Stevenson, 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne interchange. We do have some minor delays going on the Green Line right now. At 63rd Cottage Grove to 63rd Ashland bound trains are standing at Harlem right now. Crews are working to restore service. Natalie, back to you.
All right, thank you, Gabby. Some relief for travelers ahead of the holiday season.
The FAA lifting those flight reductions just in time for the holidays here. Roseanne Taya is live with the very latest. Roseanne, how's it looking out there?
Well, it's still very busy, but can you imagine if this had not been lifted before the Thanksgiving holiday? What a mess it would have been. So the FAA did do this just in time. They lifted the ban, so they've reinstated normal operating levels. That started at 6 a.m. today, so plenty of people at O'Hare. In a news release Sunday, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy thanked the FAA safety team for keeping the skies secure and announced that controllers have returned to their posts. There was great concern about the potential for massive disruptions over Thanksgiving, and so there's great relief that didn't play out, especially since AAA expects 6 million Americans to fly domestically this Thanksgiving. That's up 2% from 2024. In Illinois, that's more than 360,000 people heading to airports. So if you were waiting to make your plans because of all that uncertainty, you may want to go ahead and book a flight on Thanksgiving. That's always it's one of the least expensive days to fly. But returning on Sunday or Monday, if you can avoid it, you're going to save a lot of money because that's a bad day. And of course, another tip, early morning flights are always recommended because there are bound to be delays, of some kind. No relation to our government shutdown, but just because that's what happens during busy periods at the airports. So we're going to be checking the flight boards just to see how smoothly things are going here and talking with passengers. We'll check back in just about a half an hour. Back to you guys in the studio.
Good to see you. All right, keep us posted, Roseanne. Thank you. President Trump, other news here, calling on House Republicans to now release files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Brian's in studio with the latest on this. Brian.
Well, President Trump is changing his tune ahead of a key vote on Capitol Hill later this week. In a late-night social media post, the president said, quote, "We have nothing to hide." Trump's shift comes as a growing number of Republican lawmakers join Democrats to back a bill that would require the Justice Department to unseal all remaining Epstein-related records. A vote to release the files is expected in the House this week. Last week, the House Oversight Committee released thousands of pages of documents from Epstein's estate. Anthony?
All right, thank you, Brian. We have an update this morning on Reverend Jesse Jackson's condition and his hospitalization. In a statement, his family says Reverend Jackson is in stable condition and is breathing without the assistance of breathing machines. They also say that contrary to specific reports, he is not on life support. For more than a decade, Reverend Jackson has been battling a neurodegenerative disease called progressive supranuclear palsy. The 84-year-old was originally treated for Parkinson's disease, but last April, his PSP condition was confirmed. His family says he is still at Northwestern. He is receiving the appropriate treatment.
And we're following breaking news this morning. According to a report from the New York Times, the Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from Chicago and Portland, Oregon. President Donald Trump has ordered them to the cities weeks ago. Some 200 California National Guard troops sent to Portland, while another 200 Texas National Guard members were sent to Chicago. We're told some have already returned to their home states as early as Sunday. The Trump administration is focusing on immigration enforcement now in Charlotte, North Carolina. Over the weekend, ICE agents say they arrested 81 people in an operation being called Charlotte's Web. A spokesperson for the agency says many of those arrested had significant criminal and immigration history.
All right, not only is it Victory Monday for the Chicago Bears, they are now in sole possession of first place in the NFC North.
Yesterday's game against the Vikings looked all too familiar to their Week 1 loss. Like deja vu, just like in Week 1, the Bears dominated most of the game until J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings scored a touchdown late in the game to take the lead. But a big kick return from Devin Duvernay set up a game-winning field goal from Cairo Santos. So the Bears are 7-3 on the season.
And here's a look at where things stand. In the NFC North, there we go. Look at the Bears right at the top. Packers sitting second after beating the Giants. Lions moving down to third after they lost to the Eagles. And you got the Vikings in last place right there. Who would have thought at the beginning of the season they'd be 7-3?
Goodness,
and in first.
Take it all in.
Yeah.
We also want to take in the beautiful sunrise this morning that we're seeing over the city. We've got lots of sunshine today, Mike.
Is that a misprint on that NFC North thing?
I kept trying to refocus.
It's like, what? Can
it's
it be?
real.
Can it be?
Real.
This is November the what? And we're in first place? Knock on wood. All right. We've been talking about occasionally this morning, you've probably seen it on the national news, situation out in California with a big storm system, actually a parade of storm systems, that so-called atmospheric river that in my old school days we used to call it the Pineapple Express. It's a jet stream that brings moisture in. It kind of starts out there by Hawaii, which is why it gets that pineapple moniker. But you see the heavy rain there, lots of flooding issues. And as that rain comes a little farther south into areas that had burns earlier this year due to wildfires, that is bad news because you get a little bit of rain there and that can lead to these mudslides and landslides. Now around here, the fear or the hope among many last week and even over the weekend was that storm system would bring us a soaker on Thursday and Friday. Right now I'm thinking forget about it. It's not going to happen. We have a short-term rainmaker. You can see the beginning stages of that out there to our west. That's going to come in here later tonight. Let's look at our Weather Authority Futurecast here. I'll try and time it out for you. We have a lot of sunshine now. Cloud cover is going to move in here during the afternoon, and those clouds will get thicker and lower as the afternoon progresses. Tonight, it's going to be cloudy. Could there be an isolated shower 8, 9 o'clock? I suppose so, but I really think most of this is a post-midnight affair, and it'll rain overnight, and then it looks like it's going to scoot on out of here around daybreak. Look there, it's not that far away. Some snow likely to fall across parts of southern Wisconsin and Michigan, not here. Tomorrow during the day, a few spotty showers will continue, especially early in the afternoon. Then the rain moves on out of here and will be dry Tuesday night, probably the way it looks now through Thursday night at least. This is our forecast for today. We're going to get up to 48 degrees. 40 tomorrow. It's kind of a raw, breezy, damp day. We'll hit 48 on Wednesday, then 50 plus Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That chance of rain looks much lower Thursday and Friday. The weekend looking good. Nice weather for the Bears-Steelers game before we go 8-3.
I hope you're right. All right, a fight going on for decades between the estate of O.J. Simpson and the father of Ron Goldman could be coming to an end. We will explain. Welcome back. In an abrupt turn, President Trump is now calling on Congress to release the Jeffrey Epstein files.
The House is set to vote this week on releasing more information. Doug Luzader in Washington with the latest. So will there be any issues, you think, Doug, in advancing this bill in order to release these files in either the House or the Senate?
Well, you know, this was done in kind of a roundabout way, in that you had House leadership that didn't want to pursue this, but there was what's called discharge position, which is kind of a grassroots effort within Congress to get something to the floor, and that's how this is playing out. So it looks like there's going to be this vote this week on releasing the Epstein files. It's likely to have bipartisan support. From there, it would, assuming it passes, go over to the Senate, and we don't know whether the Senate would even take it up. That's still a question. And if they did, would the president sign it into law? It would be difficult at this point for the president not to, based on the fact that he's encouraging Republicans all of a sudden to support this measure. And that's a real change that came out on Truth Social last night.
And in the background of the situation, we have a rift kind of developing here. You have some of Trump's former allies, most notably Marjorie Taylor Greene, been outspoken all along about releasing these files. What does this say about kind of the status of the Republican Party, division within that party? Is this unusual, or has it always been the case?
Well, Thomas Massie, the Republican congressman who is kind of co-authoring this effort, has received a lot of blowback from the president as well for kind of leading the charge on this. But this is something that Republicans have been pursuing for a while. It predates this Trump administration, the idea of releasing more information about Jeffrey Epstein. And, you know, the thinking here is that there are, you know, skeletons in the closet here, that because Epstein ran in such circles involving such powerful people from both parties, that there were likely to be some individuals implicated in his trafficking of women. So, you know, is there? We don't know. We haven't seen these documents, but that's why all of a sudden there's a real push to get them released, coming from Democrats as well, because they suspect there may be something in there involving President Trump.
Okay, last question for you, Doug, here. What do you think the end result of all of this will be? Is it like public shaming for the people who could be listed, or could criminal charges be filed?
Well, you know, you've got a statute of limitations involving a lot of this stuff. So I don't know. I think the bigger implications here would be political in nature. But again, it depends on what's in these documents. And that's the million-dollar question right now.
All right, Doug Luzader live in Washington. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
7:15 now this morning, a decades-long feud between the estate of the late O.J. Simpson and the father of Ron Goldman over a civil judgment may be ending. A TMZ report says Simpson's estate has accepted a creditor claim by Fred Goldman for a settlement of about $57 million. Ron Goldman was killed in June of 1994 at the Los Angeles home of Nicole Brown Simpson, the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson. Fred Goldman initially submitted a claim for $117 million to resolve a civil trial verdict in 1997 of wrongful death culpability by Simpson. O.J. Simpson's acquittal of double murder charges in a nation-gripping criminal trial in 1995 later led to a civil trial where he was found liable.
Chris Boyd, a cornerback for the New York Jets, is hospitalized this morning after he was seriously wounded in a shooting. This happened early yesterday morning in Manhattan. Police say the 29-year-old Boyd was leaving a restaurant just after 2 a.m. when a dispute turned violent. So far, no arrests have been made, but police say Boyd was shot in the abdomen. And President Trump says he is open to meeting with New York City's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. The president has previously slammed Mamdani for the past few months, labeling the Democratic Socialist as a communist. He also at one point threatened to deport Mamdani, who was born in Uganda, and to pull funding from New York City. Mamdani openly opposes President Trump and Trump's immigration agenda, but Mamdani has left the door open to work with anyone, including the president. It is 7:17. We have a beautiful looking Monday morning, and we're hosting, let's see, maybe not Aaron Rodgers. Well, he'll be there.
He'll be there.
But I don't think he's going to be playing. He injured his wrist for the Steelers game right at that location this Sunday.
Yeah, it's his non-throwing hand, but, you know, you need that to support the body. I think it's going to be Mason Rudolph there at the Soldier Field. But happy birthday to Kevin Warren, the president, CEO of the Bears. I'm sure he's quite happy on his 62nd birthday. Look at that gorgeous sky we have out there, too, right? Lots of sunshine, bathing. Well, maybe not the field of Soldier Field. It will a little bit later on when the sun gets higher in the sky. Let's look at a couple other live cameras here, looking out over the plaza. Well, just absolutely spectacular. Look at our beautiful city. Let's reverse the view, looking off to the west, and you see nothing but blue skies. However, there is a little bit of cloud cover sneaking in from the west, and that's in my forecast. So today, I think we're going to see an increase in cloud cover, especially in the afternoon. Seasonably cool. 48's the normal high. No 70s in the forecast like what we had on Saturday, but this isn't too bad. North winds blowing at 5 to 10. Now, tonight, that's when we get a little bit of rain into the picture. Most, if not all of it, I think around starting at midnight. There might be a little light rain sneaking in sooner than that, but the bulk of the rain happens late at night, and it will be a cold rain with snow not that far to our north in Wisconsin. 38 for the low, and from that low of 38, what do we have for a high tomorrow? 40. That's it. Kind of a raw day. 48 on Wednesday. Then we're in the mid-50s Thursday, low 50s Friday. I haven't removed the chance of rain entirely, but I'm close to doing it Thursday, Friday. Right now, I think the weekend's fine. Great weather there at Soldier Field when the Steelers come to play. Gabriella Primus, what are we looking at there?
You know, Mike, we have Skyfox over this building. It looks like it might be an auto body shop, but it looks like there's a structure fire that crews are taking care of. It seemed like it was maybe really small, but we did see a look at the smoke, and that's what caught our attention. So 24th Street is going to be blocked between Pulaski Road and Karlov Avenue. Again, it's because of a possible structure fire there on the 4400 block of West 24th Street. So just keep this in mind. You could see fire crews there just barely in the shadows. Let's go over to our roads, though, because we have a new crash. It's inbound on the Eisenhower at North Avenue. At least 2 right lanes are blocked. It involves a car and a semi-truck. Hopefully we can get a look at that from Skyfox as well. Your drive times are holding steady at these fairly heavy times. 55 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. On your way outbound, 45 minutes. You're heavy past the junction. 50 minutes on the Eisenhower and on the Stevenson. 35 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne Interchange. Nat.
Thank you, Gabby. Plenty more to come here on Good Day Chicago. There's an investigation after a Texas state trooper had an incident with a college football player during a game. And it's expected to be a record-setting year for Thanksgiving travel. How many people are expected to hit the road and the skies? And in our 8 o'clock hour, we are breaking down another dramatic Bears win with our very own Lou Canellis. We'll be right back.
Fox.
It is, excuse me, it is Monday morning here on Good Day Chicago. Road's not looking too bad. Off to a great start. Lots of sunshine today. Let's talk about Apple. A big transition could be hitting Apple next year. The Financial Times says Apple CEO Tim Cook could be stepping down. Cook stepped into the position after Steve Jobs died in 2011. The report cites insiders familiar with the discussions and reveals John Ternus, Apple's senior vice president of hardware engineering, is being considered. Publication says it's not official yet and probably won't be announced until Apple's next earnings report in January.
A Texas state trooper was sent home after an incident involving players on the University of South Carolina football team. This happened during their Saturday game against Texas A&M. After an 80-yard touchdown, South Carolina star wideout Nick Harper exited the end zone to walk off some discomfort, and then here he is. Look at that. Returning from the tunnel, state trooper bumped into one of the players, then turned around, pointed at them while saying something. The Office of the Inspector General is now looking into that matter. And things also got a little bit heated in the NBA between Golden State Warriors star Draymond Green and a fan. Green got face-to-face with that New Orleans Pelicans fan during last night's game. Green later told reporters that the confrontation came after the fan kept calling him Angel Reese. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr says he was fine with it as long as it didn't escalate, but that he wished the security guard would have intervened just a little sooner than he did.
A record number, I feel like we see this every year, do we not? A record number of Americans could be traveling for Thanksgiving. This will be a record, though, allegedly. AAA projects about 82 million people will be traveling at least 50 miles from home between Tuesday, November 25th and Monday, December 1st. The expected number is more than 1 million travelers than last Thanksgiving, which is the current record for the holiday week. The Trump administration canceling plans to require airlines to pay travelers for delays. The plan first announced by former President Biden. It would have required airlines to pay passengers up to $300 for delays of at least 3 hours and up to $775 for delays lasting at least 9 hours. The Transportation Department now says that plan would have caused, quote, unnecessary regulatory burdens.
Pope Leo welcomed Hollywood actors and directors to the Vatican. Pontiff was celebrating cinema and its impact on society, and he encouraged them to use the cinema to, quote, promote human dignity. It is part of the Vatican's efforts to engage with people all around the world. Director Spike Lee gave Pope Leo a New York Knicks jersey because several Knicks players went to Villanova, which is Pope Leo's alma mater.
The last U.S. pennies made at the Philadelphia Mint last week could be worth about $5 million each. Several will be up for auction in December. The final 5 pennies have an omega symbol to denote their special status of finality in minting.
Tickets for Metro's holiday trains. These go quickly. They go on sale today, right at noon. So you might want to set that alarm, parents, if you want to make sure to get in on this. Holiday train trips will be available on 5 lines this year, and here they are: Metro Electric, BNSF, Milwaukee District West, Rock Island, and the Union Pacific Northwest line. The trains are specially decorated, and they feature holiday characters. The tickets also include a visit to the North Pole Winter Wonderland that's being set up at Millennium Station. Tickets are only $10. Again, they go on sale at noon. They go quickly. I remember I waited like an hour or two too long. I think it was last year.
Sold out?
Sold out.
Oh.
Couldn't get in on it for the little ones. So, yeah, and it's not coming my way this year. So
that's not good. It was Draymond Green who had the conversation?
And the fan. Yeah, Angel Reese.
Draymond Green is not a short man. Did you see the guy he was squaring off with? They were face to face. So I'm thinking that guy may have some basketball blood in him somewhere. Sunny start, a cloudier finish, and there is some rain on the way. I'll tell you when that's going to start when we come back.
I'm Richard.
You're watching Good Day Chicago. It's now 7:29.
All right, here's a look at some of the stories we are following for you as we kick off the work week here, everybody. The Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from Chicago and from Portland, Oregon. This is according to a report from the New York Times. Some 200 California National Guard troops were sent to Portland, while another 200 Texas National Guard members were sent here to Chicago.
President Trump now calling on House Republicans to release files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. In a late-night social media post, the president said, quote, "We have nothing to hide." A growing number of Republican lawmakers joined Democrats to back a bill that would require the Justice Department to unseal all remaining Epstein-related records. The House could vote on that measure tomorrow.
After their fifth comeback win of the season, Bears now stand alone at the top of the NFC North. Their 19-17 victory over the Vikings pushed them to the top of the division, with the Steelers coming to Soldier Field, an Aaron Rodgers-less Steelers team. Yeah, they're going to be at Soldier Field on Sunday. I'm feeling good about that game, too. We're going to go to 8-3, Nat?
Oh, my gosh, that would be amazing.
Wouldn't that be incredible? All right, we are following also big developments for our airports this morning.
Good news.
Yeah.
Good news. In just the last 2 hours, the FAA lifted restrictions on flights that were put in place during the government shutdown. So is it impacting things so far? Roseanne Tellez has her Inspector Gadget hat on out there at the airport. Roseanne, what are you seeing at O'Hare?
Well, I'm seeing big crowds, but I also see this. As of 7:28, 0 cancellations at O'Hare and Midway. How does that sound? Well, I'll tell you, it sounds like the end of a nightmare for a lot of people, especially frequent flyers who were really concerned. The 44-day government shutdown over now, and that has led to the end of those FAA-mandated flight reductions. Normal schedules, as Natalie said, resumed at 6 a.m. In a news release Sunday, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy thanked the FAA safety team for keeping the skies secure. Passengers say they were more than a little concerned about the potential for massive disruptions, especially over Thanksgiving. And there is great relief that didn't play out.
I thought the flights were going to be canceled because people weren't going to come in after 40 days of not working.
And this is a big trip for you.
Yes, because it's Thanksgiving, and also we have another grandbaby on the way. Well, I don't. They do.
So you must be relieved.
I'm very relieved. Very, very relieved.
Yeah, that's LaTanya Greer, headed to Texas to meet a new grandson coming soon. So this is really important for her because the AAA expects 6 million Americans to fly this Thanksgiving. It's going to be very busy. That's a 2% increase since last year, and about 360,000 of those people are from Illinois. They're going to be heading to airports here. So she is more than relieved. And if you were waiting to make your plans for Thanksgiving, maybe because of the shutdown, you should really try to fly on Thanksgiving Day. That's the least expensive day. And on your return trip, keep in mind Sunday and Monday are always really expensive for return flights. So good luck getting that all in order if you haven't done it already. But everybody here feeling a little relief today. Back to you in the studio.
Very good to hear. Roseanne, thank you for that report from a terminal there at O'Hare. So, I mean, that piece is in place, Mike. At least for today, there'll be no travel trouble weather-related. And
Certainly
we hope that,
not locally,
we hope that
no.
holds.
No, we're all in good shape there. So it sounds like what Roseanne is saying, relaying what the travel people are saying, like leave Thanksgiving morning, fly where you're going, have your meal, then fly back on Thursday night. Just be done with it and save the money out there. All right, for you pilots, this is what we call CAVU, Ceiling and Visibility Unlimited out there right now. That is going to change. There's rain on the way. It should be dry until nightfall, with rain mainly after midnight. There could be a couple of light showers ahead of that, but I think most of this is after midnight. Soggy and raw tomorrow with occasional rain. Won't be raining all the time. There'll be some gaps in the showers, but it's just going to be kind of a soggy, really windy, chilly day. Showers now look less likely for Thursday and Friday, when it had looked like those days are going to be drenched. 32, sunny at O'Hare. very little wind, so the wind chill's about the same as the actual air temperature, right around 29 degrees. We've got 27 degrees at Joliet, 30 at Waukegan, 27 at Kankakee, 30 at Gary, Valparaiso, 32 in Michigan City. It is sunny and 36 degrees. Futurecast shows the approach of and arrival of cloud cover here during the afternoon hours. Maybe a light rain shower early this evening, but here comes the, I'll call it the mother load of rainfall for the overnight period. And it may be out of here tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning for the commute may not be that bad. And then we'll see some spotty showers during the afternoon before everything scoots on out of here. We'll be dry tomorrow night, dry on Wednesday. Cloud cover is still going to be prevalent in our sky on Wednesday, but at least temperatures will start to come up a little bit on Wednesday. We'll hit 48 today, only 40 tomorrow, 48 on Wednesday. Then we got 50 plus here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Looks like great weather for the Bears game at home against the Steelers on Sunday afternoon. I've got some cool pictures to share with you. One of them from Dimitri Kalianis, owner of very fine, he's a restaurant mogul in the Wadsworth area, including the Shanty. And this is Mount Taygetos in Greece. He's got an olive oil business there in kind of the shadow of that mountain range. I saw that. I was like, snow in Greece? But that, how beautiful
olive
is that?
Oil
farm, yes,
mountains in the distance. What a vista!
Yes, that is spectacular. And what I'm told is there's a good chance that there are people watching us in Greece in that area right now. So I'll just say tikanis to those folks out there right now. Yeah, which is how are you? Say hopefully kala. All right, thanks for that one, Dimitri. Next up, it's one of my pictures. I just want to describe this a little bit. I was in Wadsworth the other night, and I saw this scene. As the sun was going down, I looked the other way. I've talked about this before. The belt of Venus, which is that kind of coral-colored stripe in the sky, and below it, that blue. That is the shadow of the Earth actually hitting the atmosphere. And then the kind of rust-colored area, that belt of Venus, is a little bit of what we call backscattered sunlight that is being kind of lengthened into reddish hues after the sun has gone down and being cast on the atmosphere. So I wanted to show those two features there. Anthony, back to you.
Absolutely love it. Thank you for the images. Here's a quick check of our drive times as we head to break. I want to mention that there is a rollover accident on the Eisenhower westbound right before Independence Avenue. 54 minutes. Things are from O'Hare to downtown. Things are kind of stacking up inbound on your area expressway. So careful driving out there as you kick off your work week. Good morning, everybody. We'll be right back.
Save on
The Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from Chicago and Portland, Oregon. That's according to a report from the New York Times. President Donald Trump ordered the troops to the cities weeks ago. Some 200 California National Guard troops were sent to Portland, while another 200 Texas National Guard members were sent to Chicago. And the Trump administration is focusing on immigration enforcement now in Charlotte, North Carolina. Over the weekend, ICE agents say they arrested 81 people in an operation it is calling Charlotte's Web. A spokesperson for the agency says many of those arrested had significant criminal and immigration history.
And new overnight, a big reversal from President Trump. He is now calling on House Republicans to release files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. In a late-night social media post, the president said, quote, "We have nothing to hide." A growing number of Republican lawmakers joined Democrats, though, to back a bill that would require the Justice Department to unseal all remaining Epstein-related records.
So they're using Jeffrey Epstein as a deflection from the tremendous success that we're having as a party.
The House is expected to vote on that measure tomorrow.
Back here at home, new overnight, a man is dead after an RV fire on Chicago's South Side. Happened in the Roseland neighborhood on South LaSalle. When police got there, firefighters had already put out the flames, and that's when they say they found a man with severe burns inside the RV. He died before they could get him to a hospital. So officers are now trying to figure out how that fire started.
Reverend Jesse Jackson is now breathing on his own. This is a positive development in his condition after he had been hospitalized at Northwestern late last week. In a statement, his family says Reverend Jackson is in stable condition and is breathing without the assistance of breathing machines. They also say, contrary to specific reports, he is not on life support. For more than a decade now, Reverend Jackson has been battling a neurodegenerative disease. It's called progressive supranuclear palsy. The 84-year-old was originally treated for Parkinson's until doctors confirmed his PSP condition last April. We will obviously keep you updated on Reverend Jackson's condition.
New video this morning captured tense moments in the NBA between Golden State Warriors star Draymond Green and a fan. Happened during the Warriors game against the New Orleans Pelicans last night. Green told reporters he confronted the fan because the man kept calling him Angel Reese. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr says he was fine with it as long as it didn't escalate. Well, not only is it a victory Monday for the Chicago Bears, they are also in the sole possession of first place in the NFC North.
Love this. Yesterday's game against the Vikings. Well, it looked all too familiar to their Week 1 loss. And just like in Week 1, Bears dominated most of the game until J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings scored a touchdown late in the game to take the lead. But a major kick return from Devin Duvernay set up a game-winning field goal from Cairo Santos.
It was very reminiscent there of the first game where we ended up having a lead and then allowed it to get interesting there. And you know, we felt like we didn't make enough plays there in the first game to earn that victory. And so this one we did. So I do think that shows growth as a football team.
It doesn't matter when, it doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter who, it doesn't. We got the guys. We got the coaches. We live in the known. And so when our moment comes, when their moment comes, whoever it is on the team, we'll make the play.
Bears now go to 7-3 on the season. They haven't been in first place in the division this late in the season since 2018. And here is a look. Yep, your eyes are not deceiving you. There they are, right at the top of the NFC North. Got the Bears in the lead. Packers sitting second after they beat the Giants. Lions moving down to third after they lost to the Eagles. And you got the Vikings in last place. Let's keep it going, Bears. Bear down.
Right.
Bear down.
So the Bears host the Steelers on Sunday, but they could be without Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers hit hard in the second quarter of yesterday's game against the Bengals. He did not play in the second half. He reportedly has a break in his left wrist and will undergo further testing today.
All right, here's a look at what is coming up for us here on Good Day Chicago during our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Keep it right here.
At Ashley's.
All right, good news, travelers. The FAA is lifting all its restrictions on flights.
Comes days after the federal government reopened. The agency had slashed flights at 40 major airports, including O'Hare and Midway, due to concerns about air traffic control staffing shortages. Normal schedules picked back up in the last 2 hours. The restrictions had been in place since November 7th.
The Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from Chicago and from Portland, Oregon. This is according to the New York Times. Some 200 California National Guard troops were sent up to Portland, while another 200 Texas National Guard members were sent here to Chicago.
President Trump is calling on House Republicans to release files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. In a late-night social media post, the president said, quote, "We have nothing to hide." A growing number of Republican lawmakers joined Democrats to back a bill that would require the Justice Department to unseal all remaining Epstein-related records. The House is expected to vote on that measure tomorrow.
All right, here's a live look outside at 7:48 on your Monday morning. Ooh. Is that sky writing? What do we call this? This is jet wash?
That's a contrail.
Okay.
Jet wash. That's what Goose and Maverick. They got caught up in that jet wash there, and unfortunately did not work out well for
I try my best.
You do.
That's spectacular. But we got a beautiful morning in progress. Yes, it is cold, but we're going to see temperatures warming up here in the upper 40s, which is normal for this time of year. High pressure to our south is yielding to an approaching storm system, which is going to take a track, which brings us some rain here, especially late tonight. The snow line is not that far to our north. Take a look at that blue here. Maybe Madison, Sheboygan, Green Bay gets in a little bit of snow. But for us, it's exclusively rain. And it's looking like there might be a little gap tomorrow morning. Fingers are crossed at the rush hour tomorrow. It won't be raining, but there'll be some spotty showers during the afternoon. And it won't be until nighttime that high pressure finally pushes that low far enough away that we get some dry air in here and it knocks away any rainfall. Cloud cover, I think, is going to be fairly stubborn, though, even as temperatures climb a little bit on Wednesday. Tomorrow, not much of a warm up at all. What kind of rainfall numbers are we talking? Not a lot, maybe maybe a quarter of an inch in a few spots. This is what our model is showing, and it's actually, the numbers have come down a little bit from where they were earlier, but a lot of tenth to a quarter inch numbers in there. I think that's a pretty reasonable estimate at this point. 48 today, morning sunshine, a little more cloud cover in the afternoon. It's not going to be a very windy day. Tonight, rain moving in, especially late. 38 degrees for the low, so it is going to be a cold rain. And tomorrow, that's it, a high of 40 degrees, a lot of cloud cover and occasional rain. 48 on Wednesday, 55 on Thursday, and that chance of rain for Thursday and Friday, which looked like a lock a few days ago. Ooh, boy, computer models say, Mike, it's missing to the south. We'll keep you posted on that. The weekend looks fine. Temperatures a little warmer than normal. 52 on Sunday, just in time for the Steelers' visit to Soldier Field against the Bears.
All right, very good, Mike. Thank you. 10 till 8 a.m. A big transition could be hitting Apple this year.
The Financial Times says Apple CEO Tim Cook could step down. Cook stepped into the position after Steve Jobs died in 2011. The report cites insiders familiar with the discussions and reveals that John Ternus, Apple's senior vice president of hardware engineering, is being considered. The publication says it's not official yet and wouldn't be announced until Apple's next earnings report in January.
A Texas state trooper is sent home after an incident with players on the University of South Carolina football team. This happened Saturday during their game against Texas A&M. After an 80-yard touchdown, South Carolina star wideout Nick Harbor exited the end zone to walk off some discomfort, and when he returned from the tunnel, there it is, there's a little collision there where the state trooper bumped into one of the players. That trooper then turned around, pointed at them while yelling something. The Office of the Inspector General in Texas is now looking into that matter. All right, Chris Boyd, here's some other unusual football-related news. A cornerback for the New York Jets is hospitalized after he was seriously wounded in a shooting. This happened early yesterday morning in Manhattan. Police say the 29-year-old Boyd was leaving a restaurant just after 2 a.m. when a dispute turned violent. So far, no arrests have been made. Police say Boyd was shot in the abdomen. And a federal appeals court is upholding the hate crime convictions for the 3 men who were found guilty in the 2020 killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Father and son, Greg and Travis McMichael, along with their neighbor, William Roddy Bryan, were all found guilty of chasing Arbery, who was running through his Georgia neighborhood before they killed him with a shotgun. Their lawyers urged federal judges to overturn their case, arguing the men's history of racist social media posts and texts did not prove that they targeted Arbery because he was black.
A decades-long feud between the estate of the late O.J. Simpson and the father of Ron Goldman over a civil judgment may be ending. A TMZ report says Simpson's estate has accepted a creditor claim by Fred Goldman for a settlement of about $57 million. Ron Goldman was killed in June 1994 at the Los Angeles home of Nicole Brown Simpson, the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson. Fred Goldman initially submitted a claim for $117 million to resolve a civil trial verdict in 1997 of wrongful death culpability by Simpson. O.J. Simpson's acquittal of double murder charges in a nation-gripping criminal trial in 1995 later led to a civil trial where he was found liable.
Pope Leo welcomed Hollywood actors and directors at the Vatican. The pontiff was celebrating cinema and its impact on society, and he encouraged those actors and directors to use the cinema to, quote, promote human dignity. This is part of the Vatican's efforts to engage with people around the world, and director Spike Lee, he was there, and he gave Pope Leo a Knicks jersey. There's a reason, though. We hope he's a Bulls fan, but several Knicks players went to Villanova, which happens to be Pope Leo's alma mater.
The last U.S. pennies made at the Philadelphia Mint last week could be worth about $5 million each. Several will be up for auction in December. The final 5 pennies have an omega symbol to denote their special status of finality in minting.
AAA is out with its holiday travel outlook, and no surprise here, it's going to be busy. The agency expects more than 4.1 million people in Illinois will travel somewhere for Thanksgiving. That would be a new record. We tend to set a record every year. An overwhelming majority will probably be driving. making a very slow journey to our loved ones' homes. All of that expected to kick off a week from tomorrow.
The Trump administration canceling plans to require airlines to pay travelers for delays. The plan was first announced by former President Biden. It would have required airlines to pay passengers up to $300 for delays of at least 3 hours and up to $775 for delays lasting at least 9 hours. The Transportation Department says that plan would have caused, quote, unnecessary regulatory burdens.
All right, tickets for Metro's holiday trains will go on sale today. Parents, heads up, you might want to set the alarm here. Holiday train trips will be available this year on 5 different lines: the Metro Electric, the BNSF, the Milwaukee District West Line, Rock Island, and the UP Northwest. The trains are specially decorated. They feature holiday characters. The ticket also includes a visit to the North Pole Winter Wonderland at Millennium Station. Tickets are only $10. They go on sale at noon today.
All right, we'll be ready. Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
Everyone's
Welcome back. Imports of Apple Watches may be banned. The U.S. International Trade Commission may look into whether imports of updated Apple Watches violate medical monitoring company Masimo's patent. Apple and Masimo have been going back and forth on this over whether Apple is using Masimo's pulse oximeter patent without the company's permission.
A proposal by the Trump administration to encourage banks and other lenders to offer 50-year home loans is getting mixed reactions. It would lower monthly payments for first-time buyers, but it would also substantially increase the amount of interest paid over the life of the loan. Economists say the proposal doesn't address a key issue, which is lack of homes on the market.
Deerfield-based Walgreens is cutting back on holiday pay for some workers. Bloomberg says Walgreens is eliminating 6 paid holidays given to hourly workers, including Thanksgiving and Christmas. It could cost workers hundreds of dollars in paychecks. A private equity firm bought out Walgreens in August.
Finding your favorite bottle of wine might be harder this Thanksgiving. Government data shows bottled wine prices have risen 8% over the last decade. Climate change, inflation, and rising production costs are partly to blame. Add to that a 15% tariff on European imports and some stores struggling to keep shelves stocked.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
And breaking right now at 8, the National Guard leaves Chicago as the Trump administration shifts its crime and immigration crackdown further south.
And developing this morning, the FAA, yay, they lifted all flight restrictions put in place during the government shutdown. So we are live at the terminal at O'Hare. Show you how things are moving this morning.
It's his birthday tomorrow, and I know this one meant just a little bit more to him. Kevin Warren,
Getting the game ball. What a nice birthday gift for the team president and millions of fans. The team now sitting pretty at the top of the division.
Happy birthday with the #1 team in the NFC North in mid to late November. Yeah, he's a happy man today. And this is awesome too. We're starting the work week with sunshine,
yes,
Caitlin.
Yeah, this morning at least. We are going to have increased clouds, unfortunately, throughout the day, but look at this. It is beautiful. The sun is shining off of our stunning Lake Michigan. It's a calm and quiet start. Temperatures this week, they're going to be in the 40s. We have one day in the 50s, and we do have a little bit of a bumpy forecast, especially later in the week. But today, it's starting off really quiet. So, as mentioned, we have the blue sky over our city. As I said, though, the clouds are going to be increasing throughout the day. Let's take a look at our current conditions. Temperatures are going to be a little bit on the cool side to start, ending in the 40s. Right now, most of us in the 30s. Looking at our satellite radar picture, though, you can see the clouds, especially in our southwestern counties, LaSalle County, Grundy, DeKalb. You might see some thin cloud cover. Our day planners, temperatures reaching 44 degrees by 11, by 1 p.m. 47. So temperatures are going to be in the 40s, as mentioned, for a few days before the 50s return on Thursday. But with that, the chance for rain increases. We may even see a little bit of light rain tonight into early tomorrow. I'll time that out for you ahead.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate it. Good news for air travelers this morning. Those federally mandated flight reductions, they are over.
Roseanne Tay is live at O'Hare with more. Hi, Roseanne.
Hi, guys. Can you imagine if the government shutdown had continued through Thanksgiving? Well, disaster averted. Again, the FAA reinstating normal operating levels as of 6 a.m. this morning. Take a look. The terminals are filling up here at O'Hare, and air traffic controllers are back at their posts. There was great concern about the potential for massive disruptions over the Thanksgiving holiday, and there's great relief that didn't play out, especially since AAA expects 6 million Americans to fly domestically this Thanksgiving. That's up about 2% from last year. And in Illinois, that is more than 360,000 people heading to the airports. Some flyers were a little less worried about the holiday and more worried about today.
I was definitely nervous because I'm flying to Sacramento, which would have seemed like a very low-hanging fruit flight to cancel. Yeah. I don't know how many people go to Sacramento in November, but it's for a business trip. So, yeah, I was really nervous.
So describe the relief when you heard the shutdown was over and now a resumption of the regular schedules here.
We'll see once I get to Sacramento today.
Okay. You'll believe it when you see it.
Right. I hope everyone's back up to speed already.
Okay, I have an update for you. I told you at 7:30 there were no cancellations here in Chicago. That has changed. There's one at O'Hare and none at Midway. There are a few delays here at United as well, but those are between 15 and 30 minutes, just a handful. Other than that, people feeling a little relief that this nightmare has come to an end. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Roseanne, thanks for the update. Appreciate it. And new overnight, a big reversal from President Trump. He is now calling on House Republicans to release files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. In a late-night social media post, the president said, quote, "We have nothing to hide." A growing number of Republican lawmakers joined Democrats to back a bill that will require the Justice Department to unseal all remaining Epstein-related records.
So they're using Jeffrey Epstein as a deflection from the tremendous success that we're having as a party.
The House is expected to vote on that measure tomorrow.
New overnight, a man is dead after an RV fire on Chicago's south side. Happened in the Roseland neighborhood on South LaSalle. When police got there, firefighters had already put out the flames, but that's when they say they found a man with severe burns. He died before they could get him to a hospital. And officers are trying to figure out how that fire inside that RV started.
Reverend Jesse Jackson is now breathing on his own, and this is a positive development in his condition after he had been hospitalized at Northwestern late last week. In a statement, his family says Reverend Jackson is in stable condition and is breathing without the assistance of breathing machines. They also say, contrary to specific reports, he is not on life support. For more than a decade, he has been struggling, battling a neurodegenerative disease. It's called progressive supranuclear palsy. The 84-year-old was originally treated for Parkinson's until doctors confirmed he had PSP last April, and we will obviously be keeping you updated on Reverend Jackson's condition.
New video this morning captured tense moments in the NBA between Golden State Warriors star Draymond Green and a fan. Happened during the Warriors game against the New Orleans Pelicans last night. Green told reporters he confronted the fan because the man kept calling him Angel Reese. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr says he was fine with it as long as it didn't escalate. All right, not only is it a victory Monday for the Chicago Bears, they are also in sole possession of first place in the NFC North.
Yeah, both words work. Yeah, yesterday's game against the Vikings looked all too familiar to their Week 1 loss, just like in Week 1. Bears dominating most of the game until J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings scored a touchdown late in the game to briefly take the lead. But a big kick return from Devin Duvernay set up a game-winning field goal from Cairo Santos.
I was very reminiscent there of the first game where we ended up having a lead and then allowed it to get interesting there. And you know, we felt like we didn't make enough plays there in the first game to earn that victory. And so this one we did. So I do think that shows growth as a football team.
It doesn't matter when, it doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter who, it doesn't. We got the guys, we got the coaches, we live in the known, and so when our moment comes, when their moment comes, whoever it is on the team, we'll make the play.
All right, Bears now sit at 7-3 on the year. They haven't been in first place in the division this late in the season since 2018. So let's take a little look at where things stand in the NFC North. Yes, your eyes, they are not deceiving you. Bears sit atop the leaderboard there, 7-3. Packers sit in second after they beat the Giants. Lions moved down to third after losing to the Eagles. And then you got the Vikings in last place. So we're all smiles. Bear down.
Cannot believe it.
Caitlin, this is
woohoo!
Great.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Well, and the weather, it's great this morning. It's great this morning. Yeah. We've got blue sky.
A little cold.
A little cold, yeah. 'Tis the season, right? 40s, 50s this week. We do have rounds of wet weather possible starting as soon as tonight, which means the clear skies that we have this morning, they're not sticking around. Let's take a look at our current conditions. It's 34 degrees outside. It's calm and quiet with the clear skies. Temperatures, though, are in the 20s for a few of us, like in Aurora. It's 29 degrees, 28 at Woodstock, but most of us are in the 30s. Northwest Indiana, you are in the mid to upper 30s right now, 34 at the lakefront all the way to O'Hare. Here's your future cast. So as mentioned, we have a few clouds building throughout the day. By lunchtime, we already have a few thin clouds out there. And then talking about that rain, especially tonight, we're going to see some light rain possible, scattered drizzle, and maybe even a few snowflakes mixing in along the Wisconsin border. This is into tomorrow morning. We are going to have that potential for rain for the first part of the day tomorrow. And then we have drier skies returning, but the temperatures really taking a hit. So this is Tuesday, 4:45, and temperatures are in the low to mid 40s. Then we are going to have the clouds start to scour out again. Temperature-wise, though, we are going to be climbing with more rain expected by the end of the week. I'll show you your full 7-day forecast ahead.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. More than 7 million people in the U.S. are struggling with Alzheimer's disease, but one neurologist says there is a way to Benjamin Button our brains. We're going to talk with him about the small things that you can do every day to slow down cognitive decline.
All right, it's getting colder out, so why are hundreds of people getting ready to sleep outside? Little hint here, it's all for a good cause. We're going to talk about their mission coming up.
And we've got more weather on the way, but first, here is your 7-day forecast.
Dad, it's really cold in here.
Yeah, I think the furnace is out again.
Dad, the toilet's backed up again. Dad, power's out downstairs.
Great, heating, plumbing, electrical all at once.
Lucky us. Dad, just call Four Seasons. They can fix everything. Your trusted local experts.
Whether it's heating, plumbing, or electric, call your trusted local experts at Four Seasons today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
8:10 now this morning. In an abrupt turn, President Trump is now calling on Congress to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. It comes just as the House is set to vote this week on releasing more information about the case that has already embroiled a number of high-profile figures. Doug Luzader has more from Washington.
President Trump returning to Washington last night, answering questions, but his patience was wearing thin when it came to the Jeffrey Epstein case.
Well, I don't want to talk about it because fake news like you're a terrible reporter.
But a short time later, this on Truth Social. House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. The House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point.
This is most likely the biggest corruption scandal in the history of the country.
Many Democrats had spent the weekend unloading on Trump for opposing a full document dump, and last week they released selected emails suggesting they say that Trump was aware of Epstein's trafficking of girls.
He called me a traitor, and that is so extremely wrong.
And some of the Republicans in Congress who have supported the release have found themselves at odds with Trump, none more than one-time loyalist Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. The president, who has denied any wrongdoing, has called for an investigation into Epstein's ties to Democrats, including former President Bill Clinton. Regardless, we expect a vote in the House this week to release more, even if the House Speaker is skeptical.
They're doing this to go after President Trump on this theory that he has something to do with it. He does not.
Doug Luzader live in Washington. Good to see you as always, Doug. So this
Good morning.
Good morning to you. This measure has a lot of support in the House, obviously. What about the Senate?
Well, yeah, I mean, we expect this to pass in the House with a bipartisan majority. We don't know at this point whether it's even going to come up in the Senate. If it does, and if it passes, I mean, the Senate is evenly divided, so it wouldn't take many Republicans getting on board with this for it to pass the Senate as well. Then it becomes a question of the president signing it into law, and the president, of course, could always try to veto it. And then the question would become, is there enough of a majority to override the veto? But it might be awfully difficult for the president to veto this measure since he has now advocated for House Republicans to vote for it. So, you know, it's possible we may see these documents released. It's also possible that even if we go through all this and the president signs it into law, the Justice Department may say, well, we have an ongoing investigation into these allegations, so we can't release the documents because of that. So there may be a lot left to kind of unravel here as far as the Epstein case is concerned.
And then also, Doug, we know that Epstein's convicted co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, is asking the president for a pardon. Does that complicate things here?
Well, you know, the president hasn't ruled out that possibility, says he hasn't really looked into it. You know, it's certainly possible that she may know more about this. So we don't know where that stands. The president has been asked about this, though, periodically, whether he would consider a pardon for her.
All right, Doug Luzader, thank you for the update, as always, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from Chicago and Portland, Oregon. This is according to a report from the New York Times. President Donald Trump ordered the troops to the cities weeks ago. Some 200 California National Guard troops were sent to Portland, while another 200 Texas National Guard members were sent to Chicago.
Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bavino has also left Chicago. He's leading a massive immigration enforcement operation in North Carolina's largest city. We are checking in now with Brian Jackson, who joins us with more on this transition here. Hey, Brian.
The Trump administration's immigration crackdown arrived in Charlotte this weekend. Border Patrol agents are calling it Operation Charlotte's Web. So far, they've arrested more than 80 people. Bavino documented some of the arrests on X, posting, quote, "From border town to the Queen City, our agents will go where the mission calls." The Trump administration says the mission is combating crime, but neither Bavino or the Department of Homeland Security have said how many of the 81 people arrested on Saturday have criminal backgrounds. Immigrant rights group tells the New York Times that its largest number of immigration arrests in recent state history. Hundreds gathered to protest the operation on Saturday.
A lot of friends and family and acquaintances who say that they're not going out. They're having their kids who are citizens go and pick up their clothes and food for them. It's terrifying to pretty much know that at any moment a federal agent can just come out and abuse you just because of the way you look.
The arrests have raised questions about where the detainees will be held and how long this operation will last. Agents' tactics so far have been very similar to what we saw here in Chicago, where federal agents showing up to neighborhoods unannounced in unmarked vehicles.
Look, we saw this across the Chicago area. You know, they tell the national press they're going after the worst of the worst, but what they're really doing is just driving around, picking people up based on the color of their skin.
Vivino's operations here and in Los Angeles have both triggered lawsuits over the use of force. But Vivino and other Trump administration officials, they've called their tactics appropriate, given their claims about growing threats against agents. Back over to you guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Brian. Appreciate it. It is 8:16, and that is just a gorgeous, picture-perfect view of the skyline.
It is a postcard view there, and Caitlin Cody has a look at more sunshine today.
That's right. Sunny skies to start, but increased clouds expected throughout the day, and then a chance for a little bit of wet weather as we head into tonight and especially early tomorrow. Looking at this live view, though, it is stunning. It's a little bit cold this morning, so dress warm. We're seeing the 20s and 30s out there in Chicagoland. Again, the regional view, satellite and radar, generally quiet. We have a few thin clouds in our southwestern counties like LaSalle and Grundy. You might see a few thin clouds out there. But again, the clouds are going to be increasing as we get into the afternoon. Temperatures in the 20s from Aurora to Woodstock, around 28 to 29 degrees. 34 at the lakefront and at O'Hare. 35 at Midway. Temperatures in northwest Indiana ranging from the upper 20s in Jasper and Newton counties to the 30s from Lake to Porter. Highs today normally should be at 48. We're going to be right around 47, so not too far off from where we should be for this time of year. Tonight, temperatures dropping down into the 30s. I mentioned that chance for a little bit of light rain tonight into early tomorrow. We may see a few snowflakes mixing in, especially north, but most of us just seeing some light scattered rain and some drizzle into early tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to have a drying trend, but the temperatures are only going to be in the low to mid 40s. It's going to be a very cold Tuesday. Looking at our futurecast, let's time out this potential for rain. You can see as we get into the afternoon, 3:45, the clouds are starting to increase. We do have a few spotty showers as we head into the evening. And then overnight, we're going to have the rounds of rain possible into the beginning of your Tuesday. And then we're going to have a drying trend. High pressure anchored north is going to slowly start to scour out those clouds. Unfortunately, though, as mentioned, it is going to be a cold Tuesday. Temperatures back to the 50s this week. I'll tell you when, and also when we have more rain in the forecast ahead.
Okay, Caitlin, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We have a great show coming up after the news on Chicago Now today.
So it's the moment many of us have been waiting for. Mortgage rates finally going down. We're going to talk with a financial analyst about whether you should refinance. And we've got a sneak peek at a Chicago-themed Christmas show, complete with songs about Lincoln Park Zoo and the Mag Mile. Plus, Black Friday just around the corner. Jennifer Jolly, and I think that is her real last name, shows us this year's best gadgets and which ones are worth the splurge. That and more coming your way at 10 a.m.
Everyone's
Let me get a little Cairo action.
Man, I love where our team is at right now, man. Like, it's not always pretty. I made a mistake, and I don't want to put our team in that situation again. But we all trust each other and have faith that we're all going to come clutch at the end.
Get that field goal.
And clutch, they have been as a team. The Bears have pulled out 7 wins this season, putting them atop the NFC North. Lou Canellis is here now to break it all down. Lou, I mean, could you have predicted at the beginning of the season 7-3, first place as we head into late November?
No, nobody did. I will say this. I predicted they'd win 10 games. After they opened up 0-2 and got their doors blown off at Detroit, I said maybe I was a little aggressive, a little too Peter positive, and I reduced it to 9 games. And I thought they'd catch fire in December because head coach Ben Johnson has told us repeatedly that his team would be playing its best football in December, which is scary. Because, Anthony, man, if they're 7-3 now and the head coach still feels like his team is going to be playing its best football in the final month of the season, where are the Bears going to finish? And here's the reality. They're about to get healthy on defense. TJ Edwards, hopefully, at linebacker, comes back this week in time for the Pittsburgh game on Sunday. Jalen Johnson started his window, started practicing Friday, his 21-day window to come back. He's the best player on defense. Kyler Gordon should be back in a couple of weeks as well. And defensively is where they've had issues. Now you're getting 3 of your best players on defense back. And how good are the Packers? Right? All those Bears naysayers out there who have been complaining about the way the Bears have won. Really, did the Packers look great winning at New York yesterday against the Giants? No. Did the Lions look great last night against the Eagles? No. And did the Vikings look great at home in their hostile home against the Bears yesterday with J.J. McCarthy at quarterback? No. Winning in the NFL is tough, and the Bears are doing it.
That's I mean, I want to look ahead to those games in December in just a second. I want you to start us off as well, Lou, by running us through what in your mind were the brightest spots yesterday for this team.
Wow, the offensive line. Anthony, the offensive line is terrific. It starts with the offensive line. Ben Johnson took the job as head coach, and fans got excited about, oh my gosh, look what he's going to do with the offense. They're going to average 30 points a game. And yeah, the Bears have one of the top offenses in the NFL, believe it or not, all right? After being, I think, 28th last year in the NFL. But it starts with the run. And you can't run the football in the NFL unless you have a really good offensive line. Mm-hmm. And the Bears' offensive line has been really good. So kudos to Ryan Coles. He went out and he got the best center available in free agency. He went out and he made a trade for Jonah Jackson. He went out and made a trade for Joe Thuney, who brings the experience of 4 Super Bowls. They decided, oh my gosh, we've got this guy here from Canada who we've noticed now in training camp who should be our left tackle. Oh my gosh, our right tackle, who we drafted in the top 10 a few years ago, Darnell Wright, is a unicorn. And the offensive line has come together and, in my opinion, has been the MVP of this team so far. They were the MVP yesterday. When the Bears needed to get into field goal position at the end, after the kickoff return, they ran the football 3 straight times.
Lou, let's talk about areas of concern here. Now, they had dominated this game. They blew the lead late in the game. It required that last-second field goal by Santos. What still concerns you about this 7-3 team?
Oh, a lot, man. There's so much to improve, Anthony. I'm concerned about a lot. You know, they're a team that is dependent on taking away the football on defense. What happens when you don't take away the football? Well, if you look at what the Bears have done in their 3 losses, they have 1 takeaway. In their 7 wins, they have 21. I mean, look at the numbers there. So you're dependent on taking away the football. I do want to just get healthy on defense, and then hopefully the Bears improve defensively. Am I a little worried about Caleb Williams? He's provided magic. His numbers weren't great yesterday.
Right.
But again, I'll ask fans, before you go after Caleb Williams, look at the big throws he made in that game. All right? 3rd and 13, hits Colston Loveland for a 24-yard gain. 3rd and 13 after an illegal formation. He comes back with 11, 12, 18-yard strikes on an 85-yard drop. He's coming through at the right time, but he needs to be better.
We also need to hold on to that football. DJ Moore had that big drop.
Yeah, he had.
Right?
Listen, his teammates didn't do him any favors.
Right.
DJ Moore let one go right into the numbers and through his hands. Luther Burden dropped one as well. You know, he threw a couple of balls. When you look at that 16 for 32, he threw a couple balls away. What he did was he's smart now. Instead of taking the sack, he's throwing the football away. It's an incompletion when you look at the numbers.
Love where they're at, though. Lou, thanks for your time this morning, sir. Happy Victory Monday to you.
CST tonight, 9:30. We're talking more about the Bears.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Thanks, Lou. Appreciate it. It's 8:28 as we get closer to the coldest time of year. More than 100 people, they are gearing up, if you can believe it, to sleep outside. Still ahead, Sleep Out. And the folks from Sleep Out are going to join us to talk about their mission to raise awareness about homelessness in Chicago. Caitlin?
All right, it's cold this morning. We've got blue sky, but the 20s and 30s out there to start. Temperatures, they're going to be in the 40s and 50s this week. The chance for rain is back as soon as tonight. I'll time that out for you, and we'll take a peek at that 7-day forecast coming up. First, though, tossing it out to Gabby, who I heard is cooking this morning.
Talking about the chopping block, we're giving you a live look inside. We're talking to the executive chef here, Lisa, who's already getting ready to talk about lump-free gravy. Yes, we're getting you prepped for Thanksgiving and all of your holiday needs.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It's 8:31.
Here are some of the stories we're following for you to kick off the work week here. A man is dead after an RV fire on Chicago's south side. Happened in the Roseland neighborhood on South LaSalle. When police got there, firefighters had already put out the flames. And that is when they say they found a man with severe burns. That man passed away before they could get him to the hospital.
Reverend Jesse Jackson is now breathing on his own. He was admitted to the hospital late last week for treatment related to a neurodegenerative disease that he had been battling for more than a decade. Jackson remains at Northwestern Memorial.
All right, after their 5th comeback win of the season, Bears stand alone at the top of the NFC North. Their 19-17 victory over the Vikings puts them in first place overall, all to themselves as they look forward to hosting the Steelers Sunday at Soldier Field. Good news for air travelers as well this morning. Those federally mandated flight reductions, they are now over.
Roseanne is at O'Hare this morning, where that lengthy government shutdown has caused very, very minimal issues today. Hi, Roseanne.
Hi, good morning. That's right. I just checked Fly Chicago, and right now at O'Hare Airport, 1 cancellation, 0 cancellations at Midway. There are a few delays here, a handful or so at United, but not very lengthy ones. And that just sounds really good. It sounds like the end of a nightmare for people, especially those frequent flyers. The 44-day government shutdown is over, and so are the flight reductions. Normal schedules resumed at 6 a.m. Controllers are back at their posts. Passengers were very concerned about the potential for massive disruptions over the Thanksgiving holiday. And whether you had holiday plans or not, everyone is relieved that scenario didn't play out.
I have family back in Serbia because I was born there, so I was worried I wouldn't be able to go back and see them at all, and I'd be stuck here because of the shutdown.
Right. Are you going back for the holiday?
I'm not going back home. I was just there over the summer, but when I heard it, when I came back, I was like, oh no, when am I going to see my family then because of the shutdown? But right now we're going to Mexico, so I'm happy we're going.
Oh, a little surf and sand?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, vacation, work, travel, everybody just relieved that things are moving smoothly. Now, AAA does expect 6 million Americans to fly domestically this Thanksgiving. That's up from 2% back in 2024. In Illinois, that means more than 360,000 people will be heading to the airport. If you were holding off because of the uncertainty and maybe you didn't make your plans yet, remember Thanksgiving Day is a good day to travel. Well, it's the least expensive day to travel for the holiday. And when you return, Sunday and Monday are very expensive days to have that return flight. The other tip is try to make sure and book the first flight of the day. You have a little more flexibility if things go south, if you're in that first flight. And that's the latest from O'Hare. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Roseanne. The Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from Chicago and Portland, Oregon. This is according to a report from the New York Times. President Donald Trump ordered the troops to the cities weeks ago.
Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bavino has also left Chicago. He is now leading a massive immigration enforcement operation in North Carolina's largest city. Brian Jackson joining us here in studio with more details on that. Brian?
The Trump administration's immigration crackdown arrived in Charlotte over the weekend. Border Patrol agents are calling this Operation Charlotte's Web. They've already arrested more than 80 people so far. Bavino documented the arrest on X, posting, quote, "From border town to the Queen City, our agents go where the mission calls." The Trump administration says it is combating crime, but neither Bavino or the Department of Homeland Security have said how many of the 81 people arrested on Saturday have criminal backgrounds. Hundreds gathered to protest the operation on Saturday.
A lot of friends and family and acquaintances who say that they're not going out. They're having their kids who are citizens go and pick up their clothes and food for them. It's terrifying to pretty much know that at any moment a federal agent can just come out and abuse you just because of the way you look.
So far, the tactics of agents have been similar to what we saw here in Chicago, where federal agents showing up to neighborhoods unannounced in unmarked vehicles.
Look, we saw this across the Chicago area. You know, they tell the national press they're going after the worst of the worst, but what they're really doing is just driving around, picking people up based on the color of their skin.
Bavino's operations, both here and in Los Angeles, have triggered lawsuits over the use of force. But Bavino and other Trump administration officials, they've called their tactics appropriate, given their claims about growing threats against agents. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, Brian. It is 8:36 now this Monday morning. Caitlin's got some sunshine in the forecast for you. Hey,
That's
Caitlin.
right. We're starting off really nice. But the clouds are going to be increasing today, unfortunately, and the chance for rain is back tonight into early tomorrow. Right now, blue sky for us in Chicago. Temperatures not that bad, especially at the lakefront. It's 36 degrees. It's 34 at O'Hare and still only the 20s in Aurora at 29. 33 in Morris, just above freezing for you. 34 in Kankakee. Temperatures in the mid to upper 30s for most in northwest Indiana. Here are our next 48 hours. As mentioned, we have the blue sky now, but as we get into the afternoon, we're going to have a few clouds streaming in. And then by this evening and tonight, the chance for rain is back. Maybe even a few snowflakes mixing in along the Wisconsin border. But then as we get into tomorrow, it is going to be a very cold day all day long. Notice highs only in the low 40s for your Tuesday. That's going to be our low spot for the week, though. Here is your future cast. Again, more clouds later on today. A few light rain showers around this evening. And then tonight, rounds of rain. As we head into early tomorrow, we are going to have pockets of drying before that rain completely moves out. High pressure moves in from the north. It's going to start to scour out those clouds, but the temperatures are going to stay cold for your Tuesday. So here's your 7-day forecast. Today, right around 47. Tomorrow, 43. Again, that potential for rain starting tonight and into early tomorrow, the first half of the day. Then the rest of the day will be drying. Temperatures back to the upper 40s as we work our way into Wednesday. Thursday, 55. Chance for rain is back Thursday afternoon into Friday. Then back down to about 50 to end the week. And then this weekend, temperatures hovering right around 50 degrees. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Caitlin. Appreciate it. Here at Good Day Chicago, we want to help you get ready for Thanksgiving.
At 9, Justice of the Pies is in studio, and they're going to show off all the sweet treats that you want on your table. No hard work required.
Fox Local.
This week, hundreds of people will brave the cold and sleep outside. It's an annual tradition that raises money and awareness for thousands of young Chicagoans facing homelessness. Covenant House, Illinois CEO Susan Reyna Guerrero is here to talk about the mission. Thank you so much for coming in and shedding light on this. And I was asking you during the commercial break, you focus specifically on homeless youth. What a sad situation to start out life that way. How many do you typically see each year?
So last year we served a little over 500 young people. This year we know we're going to serve more because we know the numbers continue to increase every year. And I think what we were mentioning, young people aren't the traditional folks that you see on the street. Part of their resiliency is that they don't like to be counted. And they end up couch surfing or living doubled up. And many times young people don't even see themselves as unhoused. Because they're very resilient. And, you know, there are many times the folks end up staying on your couch or they end up having the long sleepovers, right? Yeah. We had young people staying by us many times because they don't consider themselves homeless.
We're going to talk about this great event to benefit Covenant House, but how do you guys help get them back on track and provide the love and support that they need?
So we have a whole continuum of wraparound services. We provide workforce, mental health support. Last year we provided over 72,000 meals for them. So we provide the safety, the shelter, the partnerships that they need to really help support them get their lives back on track. But we partner with them because they're the experts to their own lives.
Yeah. Tell me about this Sleep Out event and who typically participates in this and how it raises money for Covenant House.
So thank you again for having us on to be able to talk about this great event. So, you know, being a nonprofit, this is our only fundraising event. And so each year during the month of November, which is Youth Homelessness Awareness Month, we sleep out for the last Thursday of the month in November. And it's both an awareness of the experiences of young people experiencing homelessness, but that night we have a programming event, and then folks raise funds by pledges, and then we have programming, and then folks sleep out that night. And so it's literally this year we're holding it at a Rivers restaurant at the CME building. And folks are going to be sleeping out and in our sleeping bags. And it's not so much to pretend to be homeless, but it's essentially it's raising funds. And it's to really bring home the fact that we're doing it in solidarity for young people. And it's a very powerful experience. I know I'm going to wake up the next morning. I'm going to be able to take a shower and go and sleep in my bed. But for many young people, they're going to have to wake up the next morning and realize they have to start all over again. Where are they going to be safe? Where are they going to be sleeping? And it's a very humbling experience.
From the people that you've spoken to who have participated in the event, what are some of the comments they make to you?
I think it's that realization that, you know, we have the safety and the security. I think for them, it's that overwhelming sense of the humbling experience that they don't have that awareness that at some point it could be anybody. It could be their children. For many folks, they don't realize that many young people end up being asked to leave their homes because maybe their gender expression or because young people feel safer on the streets than they do in their home. And I think for adults, when they realize, like, this could be my kid, you know, this could be somebody, like they see them on the street. It's not uncommon for many young people. We have a locker storage situation in our program. They will store their belongings in our lockers and they go to work. So for some people, you know, that when they sleep out, they're like, oh my God, the safety guy that's working at the museum, maybe they're unhoused. And so when folks sleep out, they get this realization that it could be just a regular person, but they're also like, they're sleeping out and they're homeless.
If people can't attend the Sleep Out event, because it's a tricky one, it's hard, you know, how else can they help out Covenant House?
So a couple of things. We are still, registration is still open, which is wonderful. They can sponsor. I'm sleeping out. This will be my 5th one, so you can sponsor me.
Okay.
But we are looking for donations still. Folks can still sponsor. You can go on our website. So sponsorships are still available. You can pledge folks. We're also looking for volunteers. That's also something we're always looking for. We do have a clothing closet. We do look for new clothing because there's nothing worse than being unhoused and then wearing old clothes. So we do look for new clothing. But we are accepting sponsorships. People can pledge. And then also we do look for volunteers.
Okay, Susan, thank you so much, and best of luck to you in supporting all those great young people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right, let's turn it over to Caitlin Cody. So today looking good, but then things take a turn.
Yeah, we're starting off really nice. If you look behind me, It's almost glowing outside. It's so bright blue above our beautiful city. We have a few clouds in our southwestern counties, but the clouds are going to be increasing throughout the day today. And what Natalie's talking about is, first of all, tomorrow is going to be chilly. Tomorrow highs in the low to mid 40s. Today, the upper 40s. But we also have the chance for some wet weather starting as soon as this evening. So let's take a look at our skies first. Satellite radar shows, as mentioned, you can kind of see that gray color, a little bit of cloud cover southwest of the city. But most of us, quiet, just cold this morning. It's 29 in Aurora, 31 at Woodstock, 36 at the lakefront, 37 in Gary to Merrillville. Highs today pushing to about 47 degrees. It's going to be a calm day outside of the increased cloud cover by the second half of your day. And then the chance for rain is back this evening, and tonight scattered showers. Lows right around 37. So we expect mostly just rain out there. You might see a snowflake or two, especially if you go north. But tomorrow, 43 degrees. That potential for wet weather will be here in the start of the day, and then by the end of the day, we are going to have drier conditions. Temperatures, they're turning around as we head to the second half of the week. We are looking at 46 degrees on Wednesday. Then the chance for rain is back. Thursday, 55, but the potential for rain, especially in the afternoon, increases. And then Thursday night into Friday. Friday, right around 49. Friday night, a little bit of wet weather. Saturday, mostly dry after a few morning showers possible. Highs right around 50. And then 51 with dry weather expected on Sunday. Anthony.
Thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate it. Well, November is Alzheimer's Awareness Month, and a lot of us are getting ready to see our families for the holidays, and that can sometimes include some tough discussions about health matters. So this morning we are joined by Dr. Majid Fotouhi, who joins us now. He's a neurologist and adjunct professor at Johns Hopkins. We appreciate you joining us, Dr. Fotouhi. Thank you for taking time for us.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Let me start off by asking you, how do you suggest that we approach these tough discussions with our family members?
I think the best way to discuss these issues is to have a positive outlook about things. We now know that there are lots of exciting things you can do to increase your brain power and to be healthier and stronger. I want people to work on becoming a super ager, someone who reaches their 90s and has a brain function of someone in their 50s.
And let's talk about how to become a super ager. Are there daily things that we can ask our loved ones to do to preserve their brain health as they get older?
Absolutely. There has been a revolution in our field in the past 2 or 3 years. We've come to appreciate that there are many things you can do on a daily basis to keep our brains young and strong. I put all these things into 5 pillars of brain health. So, number 1 is exercise. Getting fit is the best thing you can do for your brain. The stronger you are, the stronger will be your brain. 2 is to eat a diet that's healthy. Avoid junk food. 3 is sleep 7 to 8 hours a night. During sleep, your brain goes through a rinsing process. And when you get a good night's sleep, your brain is fresh. And when you don't get a good night's sleep, this junk accumulates in your brain and it's bad for your brain. Then is the importance of stress reduction. You really need to take it easy and smile as often as you can. Life goes on, but your brain needs to stay strong. Stress increases cortisol levels, which are really toxic for your brain. Lastly, you need to challenge your brain every day. Your brain is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets.
Those exercises all help. Now, you've also said, I understand, that volunteering can actually help with cognitive decline. Can you explain this?
Yes, of course. Volunteering is one of the best ways you can stimulate your brain and keep your brain young and strong. See, when you volunteer, you increase levels of dopamine and oxytocin. These are reward and feel-good neurotransmitters in the brain. You also reduce levels of cortisol, which are toxic for the brain. Secondly, when you volunteer, you stimulate your brain. You do things that are activating your different parts of your brain. Different networks in your brain become active, which is good for you. But most importantly, when you volunteer on a regular basis, your brain grows, and the usual shrinkage that happens with aging does not happen. This study was shown at Johns Hopkins that 2 years of volunteering keeps your brain healthy and strong, and when you don't do it, you experience the usual shrinkage that happens in the brain.
That is unbelievable, especially with so many people wanting to volunteer this time of year. One more question before we let you go, Dr. Fotouhi. You mentioned diet as a factor. Are there some certain foods you can zero in on and suggest that we all consume?
Yes. Blueberries are my favorite. Blueberries are high in B, D, and F. brain-derived neurotrophic factor. This is like a miracle grow for the brain. Second is salmon and fish that are high in omega-3 fatty acids. Omega-3 fatty acids is the best vitamin for the brain. Then is dark chocolate, has cocoa, which increases also BDNF levels, increases blood flow. Finally, I like Greek yogurt. It's high in protein and also probiotics.
All right, Natalie, my co-anchor's face just lit up with the dark chocolate recommendation. Dr. Fotuhi, happy holidays to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And we're back with more Good Day right after this. Okay, the countdown is on to Thanksgiving, and we know that some of you have probably already gone out and gotten that turkey.
Gabriella Primus live at the chopping block to make sure you cook your best holiday dinner yet. Hi, Gabriella.
You know, I can only imagine, guys, it's a lot of pressure. I'm in charge of the appetizers this year, so I'm going to do the same old plain stuff. But whether it's for the holidays or for life in general, you want to make sure you have some good dishes under your belt, right? Okay, we're at the chopping block, as you said, right here on Lincoln Avenue. I'm with an executive chef and the owner here of the chopping block. All right, first, this is a loaded question. What do you guys offer here? Because you offer classes. Of course, everyone saw the nice inventory we have behind us as well.
Yes. So at the chopping block, we're a recreational cooking school for the home cook. So our mission is to get this country cooking one class at a time. But we also do private events, everything from kids classes, teen classes, adult classes, and even boot camp classes.
Okay, and I like that because you don't have to be an advanced cook, or you don't have to sign up saying, hey, you know, I'm a beginner, I'm moderate, I'm advanced. You have something for everyone. And they can come to a class and you guys are going to work it out within yourselves.
Exactly. You know, whether you've been cooking forever or just starting to learn, there's a tip or trick that we can teach you in every class.
Okay, Lisa, we're hearing the sizzling. This is the butter. Yes. One thing that's tricky for people, you were telling me, is making the gravy and making sure that it's lump-free. It's, you know, it's hard opening the can, yes, but it's even harder making it.
Exactly, and this is the first step, is making our roux. So equal parts butter or flour. To get an even more flavorful gravy, you can use your pan drippings from your turkey.
Okay.
But quite simply, All you need is this butter and flour, and the trick is you need to cook this for 1 solid minute. This really dissolves the flour and makes sure that we cook all those lumps out ahead of time.
Okay, we also can't ignore the beautiful pies that we have in front of us too while you're stirring. If someone is in a pinch, they're like, oh, I'm not only gonna have to cook the entire meal, but also the dessert. Well, you have an option for folks.
We do. We cook your holiday pies. You can order right on our website. We offer a pumpkin pie, and we also offer our famous apple pie and the cast iron skillet.
Okay.
All right, we are ready for the next step, Gabby.
Okay, this is where I come in, everybody, because I wasn't trusted, I don't think, with the whisking. I didn't trust myself.
All right, we're gonna stop.
Okay.
So here's the second tip I can give you. We're adding our turkey stock to our roux after we've cooked our roux, and just in small additions. So you see how it's starting to already, you know, no lumps.
Yeah.
It's one homogeneous mixture. Okay, now you can keep pouring.
A little bit more?
Yeah.
You tell me when.
Okay, we're good there.
Okay.
And what I really love is using this flat whisk. It stays nice and flat on our pan.
Yeah, I saw that over in the display.
Exactly. All right,
Very
you can
nice.
keep
Okay,
going now.
Now that good at this pouring stuff,
you are
aren't I,
doing
Lisa?
fabulous. Now that we've got this kind of homogeneous mixture, we're not really getting too lumpy. We can go ahead and keep pouring.
Okay, we're gonna keep pouring, and then you're gonna have to cut the sage because this is a kind of. Does this one have the sage? No, the gravy doesn't have this.
Yes,
does
it does. Yes.
See, you know what? I need to advance my flavors a little bit more. Okay, we're gonna finish this off screen a little bit. If people are interested in some classes, where can they sign up?
On our website, thechoppingblock.com, we have our public calendar all the way through December live right now. You can sign up right then and there.
Okay, awesome.
And that is our no lump gravy.
What an awesome gift, too, to make sure that the people in your life are cooking well, so that you can have a little bit of taste of it yourself. Okay, we'll have more information about the chopping block on our website, fox32chicago.com. For now, I'll send it back to you. Look at that, the gravy, done. Don't even need the jar.
And no one lost a finger.
Gravy. Yeah, exactly. Most important. Yeah,
exactly.
Thank you so much.
And someone did really good job at pouring. That was me.
Hey.
Couldn't have done it without you.
Expect no less. We'll be right back with more Good Day right after this. Look at that view.
The best
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago at 9 o'clock. Here's a look at what's new this hour.
Yeah, President Trump is changing his tune. He's now calling for the release of the Epstein files. So we're talking to Doug Luzader in just a few minutes about that.
And we do have some good news ahead of the busy holiday travel season. The FAA is now lifting flight reductions at dozens of airports across the country, including both O'Hare and Midway.
Plus, did you see it?
Oh, my.
How's your blood pressure level today? Another dramatic finish for the Bears.
Heart still beating.
Still coming down, yeah.
That win has now secured first place in the NFC North for the Monsters of the Midway.
Who
across
saw
the
that
frozen
coming?
Oh, man.
Not me.
Not me either. No. But we'll take it for sure, right? All right, we'll also take this forecast. A big difference outside compared to this weekend, Caitlin. Things have cooled down in a mighty way.
Saturday to Sunday was a little bit hard to handle. But, you know, the Bears win. That made it okay for a Sunday. Today, we have blue sky. It is going to be a chilly start, but by this afternoon, the clouds are going to start to stream in and temperatures will be back to the upper 40s. Right now, satellite radar shows just how quiet it is in Chicagoland. Just a few clouds out there, especially as we get southwest of Chicago. But temperatures, at least the 20s are disappearing. We're still solid in the 30s, though. From the lakefront at 37 to 38 at O'Hare. I see a 35 there in Aurora as well as Morris. 37 in Kankakee. 40s are starting to pop up. 43 in Gary right now. 40 in Valpo and LaSalle. So for today, highs right around 47 degrees, normal high 48. So we're just about where we should be for this time of year. Mid 40s at the lakefront. You could be seeing the low 50s in our southwestern counties. Tonight getting down to the 30s with a chance for rain. Scattered showers expected into early tomorrow as well. Temperatures are going to be cold tomorrow. Highs only around 43 degrees for your Tuesday. That's our cold day of the week. But here's your futurecast to show that rain as it moves on in. We could see a few showers or areas of drizzle this evening, but scattered rain will be moving out after tomorrow morning, really through midday. We have the chance for some wet weather. Then the clouds start to break apart as high pressure passes just to the north of us. So we are going to have a little hiccup in that forecast. And then tomorrow's our cold day as mentioned. 46 though is back on Wednesday, 55 Thursday, chance for rain Thursday afternoon into early Friday, 49 degrees. We do have the potential again for some wet weather Friday night into early Saturday. Temperatures this weekend hovering right around 50.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Things were looking a little sketchy for a while for travelers, but now some relief for you ahead of the holiday season.
Yes, the FAA is now lifting some of those flight reductions. Roseanne is live this morning with the latest. How's it looking out there, Roseanne?
It's looking pretty good. It's busy at O'Hare, as always. And I tell you, a lot of travelers were really worried that that shutdown could continue along with those flight cuts and that it would really mess up the holiday. So there's relief that that's not going to happen. The FAA reinstating the normal operating schedules as of 6 a.m. So all flights are taking off and air traffic controllers are back at their posts. There was concern about the potential for massive disruptions over the holiday, and there's relief that didn't play out, especially since AAA expects 6 million Americans to fly domestically this Thanksgiving, and that's up 2% from last year. In fact, in Illinois, more than 360,000 people are heading to airports for the holiday coming up next week. Frequent flyers, though, are also relieved that the cancellations are, well, canceled.
Greatly impacted. Matter of fact, my flight coming out was rerouted twice. So I'm just happy that things are getting back to normal. It was a headache. It cost me time. It cost me money. So happy to be back in the friendly skies, a little calmer now.
Yes, that business traveler is definitely relieved that she could go home and get out of the Chicago area. Now, right now, we just checked Fly Chicago and found one cancellation at O'Hare and no cancellations at Midway. There are some delayed flights, just a handful here at O'Hare, and they're running between 15 and 30 minutes late. So that's the update from O'Hare. Back to you now in the studio.
Big difference.
Yeah,
We're talking like 50 and 60, yeah.
Right? Well, the time is now 9:05 this morning. The Pentagon is withdrawing hundreds of National Guard troops from both Chicago and Portland, Oregon.
Well, that's according to a report from the New York Times. President Donald Trump, of course, ordered the troops to the cities weeks ago. That became a legal battle. Sky Fox gave us a look at the armory in Elwood, where the National Guard troops from Texas were being stationed. Some 200 California National Guard troops were sent to Portland, while another 200 Texas National Guard members were sent to Chicago, but never actually deployed.
And Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino has also left Chicago. He's now leading a massive immigration enforcement operation in Charlotte, North Carolina. So far, they arrested over 80 people over the weekend. Bovino documented those arrests on X, posting, quote, "From border town to the Queen City, our agents go where the mission calls." The Trump administration says that their mission is combating crime, but so far neither Bovino or the Department of Homeland Security have said how many of the 81 people arrested on Saturday have criminal backgrounds. An immigration rights group tells the New York Times that it's largest number of immigration arrests in recent state history. Hundreds also gathered to protest that operation on Saturday.
A lot of friends and family and acquaintances who say that they're not going out. They're having their kids, who are citizens, go and pick up their clothes and food for them. It's terrifying to pretty much know that at any moment a federal agent can just come out and abuse you just because of the way you look.
The arrests have raised some questions about where the detainees will be held and how long this operation will last. Agents' tactics so far have been very similar to what we saw here in Chicago, where federal agents showing up to neighborhoods unannounced in unmarked vehicles.
Look, we saw this across the Chicago area. You know, they tell the national press they're going after the worst of the worst, but what they're really doing is just driving around, picking people up based on the color of their skin.
Bovino's operations here in Chicago and in Los Angeles have triggered lawsuits over the use of force, but Bovino and other Trump administration officials have called their tactics appropriate, given their claims about growing threats against agents.
We've got an update on Reverend Jesse Jackson and his hospitalization. In a statement, the family says, quote, "Reverend Jackson is in stable condition and is breathing without the assistance of breathing machines." They also say, contrary to specific reports, he is not on life support. For more than a decade, Reverend Jackson has been battling a neurodegenerative disease called progressive supranuclear palsy. The 84-year-old was originally treated for Parkinson's syndrome, but last April, his PSP condition was confirmed. His family says he is still at Northwestern Hospital receiving the appropriate treatment.
Well, President Trump is considering talking with Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
A U.S. aircraft carrier moving closer to Venezuela has intensified fears of a possible U.S. invasion. The Trump administration has already carried out numerous strikes on suspected drug vessels, killing more than 80 people. Trump has suggested the counter-drug operation could carry over to land if necessary. Venezuela's defense minister ordered the country's 200,000 soldiers to prepare for a possible war.
And President Trump says he is open to meeting with New York City's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. The president has slammed Mamdani in the past few months, labeling the Democrat socialist as a, quote, communist. He also threatened to deport him, who was born in Uganda, and to even pull funding from the city of New York. Mamdani openly opposes President Trump and his anti-immigrant agenda, but Mamdani has left the door open to work with anyone, including the president.
Well, in an abrupt turn, President Trump is now calling on Congress to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. It comes just as the House is set to vote this week on releasing more information about the case that has already embroiled a number of high-profile figures. Doug Luzader has more from Washington. Doug, thank you so much for your time. This measure has a lot of support in the House. What about the Senate?
Well, look, as far as the House is concerned, this is going to come to a vote, we think maybe as early as tomorrow. We think even before the president intervened in this last night, there was probably enough support to get this done in the House. As far as the Senate's concerned, we don't know at this point if the Senate's going to take it up. But if they do, and this goes to the president's desk, there's always the possibility that the Justice Department may say, look, we have an ongoing investigation involving the Jeffrey Epstein matter, and therefore we cannot release some of these documents. So even if things move apace here, and the Senate follows the House's lead, they pass this, goes to the president's desk and signs it, it's no guarantee that we're going to see everything.
Yeah, and I mentioned an abrupt turn when it comes to him saying go ahead and release the files as much as legally possible, but there's also this abrupt turn with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Can you talk about this rift that's widening between the two of them?
Well, and it's not just Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, you know, there are other lawmakers too that have really for years been pressing for the release of this information, and a lot of them thought that when President Trump made it back into office, that this information would be these documents would be released on day one. And ultimately, that didn't happen. Marjorie Taylor Greene is someone that has been very supportive of the president, but on this and some other issues as well. I mean, she really took issue with some of the president's stances on the government shutdown as well. So it's not just this, but this seems to be kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, and the president really going after her on social media, and she responded over the course of the weekend. So, yeah, I mean, there is a divide on this. The president is arguing now that the House ought to just move on this, get it done with, so Republicans can get this behind them. But it may take a little while.
Yeah, he called her Marjorie Trader Greene. Of course, she said that's now causing some talk about her life being put in jeopardy. But then there's the aspect of his Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, and possibly asking for a pardon from the president. Where do we stand on that? How complicated would it be for that to happen?
Well, not terribly complicated. I mean, pardons are super easy to do, but you have to deal with the political ramifications of them. And the president has been asked about this in the past, indicating that it's something that he really hasn't thought much about, but he hasn't ruled out that possibility.
Doug, thank you. Appreciate it. Talk to you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Let me get a little Cairo action.
Man, I love where our team is at right now, man. Like, it's not always pretty. I made a mistake, and I don't want to put our team in that situation again. But we all trust each other and have faith that we're all going to come clutch at the end.
Get that field goal.
I think I only had 2 small coronaries during that game yesterday.
I like that he owned missing the other field goal, because I was very worried at that point, Mike.
Man, oh, man.
Very worried.
Yeah. Well, the Bears, they have secured 7 wins already this season, and yesterday's game really came down to the wire.
It sure did.
Vikings. Yeah, it looked familiar, didn't it?
It looked very much like the Week 1 loss that we had. Well, the Bears dominated most of the game until J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings scored a touchdown late in the game to take the lead. They did leave a lot of time on the clock, though, right?
Yes, they did.
With a big kick return, though, we got for Devin Duvernay. Set up a game-winning field goal attempt from Cairo Santos. Bears are now 7-3 on the season. And with that win, we are taking it north.
We're not giving it back.
Yeah, well, at least we're at the top of the NFC North standings from now. The Packers, they sit in second place after beating the Giants. The Lions, they moved down to third place after losing to the Eagles last night. And then you got the Vikings taking in the rear at last place.
How many Bears fans do you think were watching that Lions-Eagles game like,
all right, just
yeah.
All Eagles fans for at least a couple hours.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I got your tush push right here.
Exactly. Okay, this morning we are giving thanks, of course, for community members who are showing up and showing out. We love to see it, helping their neighbors.
Yes, the founder of Chicago Emerging Stars is joining us to talk about their effort to give away hundreds of turkeys this weekend. Stay close. We'll be right back.
Welcome to
9:16 right now. It's that time of year when we see more people leaning into the spirit of giving. And our next guest is preparing to give back to the community in a big way this weekend. He always does big things. Jaquez Thomas, founder and president of Chicago Emerging Stars, back with us this morning to talk about this year's turkey giveaway. We're always so proud of you. It's wonderful to have you back.
Thank you for having me again.
I promise I talked to other people in the community about you, like Jaquez, and they're like, yeah, I know Jaquez. He's doing great things. So it's great to even hear other people say the same thing about you. Talk about how Chicago Emerging Stars has grown since the last time you were here.
Yeah, so we have served over 4,000 people across the city of Chicago. Thanks to you all for always, highlighting the amazing work that we are doing. And it's been truly amazing as well.
It's a blessing of ours to be able to. This year's event is themed Together We Give, Together We Rise. What does that mean to you and to the people that you serve?
Yeah, so I smile all the time because this year's theme was truly just a reflection of what Chicago really is, just people showing up for one another. Like, it's more than about giving away turkeys. It's about giving love, hope, and community. And so, like, Together We Give, Together We Rise, it means that every single one of us, including me, you, and the girls watching here today, have a role for uplifting one another. And that's what this event is about. Like, when one person gives, like, an entire community grows stronger. And one of the things that I really hope families take away is that even when you're going through hard times, like, you're not alone, and that compassion still lives here in the city of Chicago. And that's the message I want people to take away.
Yeah, that's such a deep message and an important message for people to feel year-round, really.
Yes,
all right, give us the details. Where and when is the turkey giveaway happening?
Yeah, so it's this Saturday, August 16th. No, I'm sorry, thinking about the back to school back. This Saturday, November 22nd. It's 10 a.m. sharp, giving away over 300 brother ball turkeys between 16 and 20 pounds. Come there early. Last year we did 165 in less than 10 minutes. And so, yeah, so we don't plan on being out there too long, but come and get those turkeys.
Okay, now if people want to help out, your mission is ongoing, but if they want to help out for this weekend or support you long term, what do they need to do?
Yeah, so it simply starts with just showing up, whether that's volunteering, donating, or just simply sharing our story. Any act of kindness leads to something bigger. Like right now, one butterball turkey costs about $26. So people just take, some time out of the day to donate $26. That means more food for families on the table, more for our neighborhoods, and more love and action. You can go to chicagoemergingstars.org/donate to donate today. We can go to chicagoemergingstars.org to just learn more about us, volunteer there, get involved, whatever the case may be.
You just give us so much hope, so much promise, and I know you do a lot of events where you're an ambassador of youth in the city. What does that mean to you, to be an ambassador of young people in the city of Chicago?
Yeah, so to me, it's just continuing to give hope and inspire other people. Like, I really wish I had someone like me growing up who I can look up to, because who knows what I'd be doing right now. And just going into schools, one of these different programs, talking to young people and just inspiring them and motivating them, it truly keeps me going. Like, I literally love what I do every single day, and I wouldn't change it for the world, honestly.
Yeah, well, keep doing what you're doing, keep shining, keep sharing your story because it matters.
Absolutely.
All right, we love to see it, love to share it. All right, still ahead, it is the moment many of us have been waiting for. Mortgage rates are finally going down. Yeah, we're talking with a financial analyst about whether you should refinance. And we've got a sneak peek at a Chicago-themed Christmas show, complete with songs about Lincoln Park Zoo and the Mag Mile. That and so much more coming up right after Good Day Chicago at 10 a.m. It's 9:19 right now.
This show.
I'd say all of us are preparing for the holidays, and many of us are getting ready to take the celebration to the sea. But if you want to make sure your next cruise doesn't break the bank, our next guest is here to help. Colleen McDaniel, editor-in-chief of Cruise Critic, joins us today with some cruise deals to look out for on Black Friday. All right, Packers fan, we're not going to hold that against you here. Let's talk cruises. Why are they a really ideal option for families who want to travel and get away, maybe to someplace warm?
Well, what we hear from cruisers on Cruise Critic is that families appreciate that cruising offers tremendous variety and value. Pricing is more inclusive for a cruise when you compare it with a similar land-based vacation. It's simply the best value for your vacation dollar. And let's face it, planning a family vacation can be really daunting, but planning a cruise is easy and stress-free. Plus, once you're on board, you unpack once and you wake up in new bucket list destinations every day. There are a lot of cruise options out there. For example, Norwegian Cruise Line offers voyages to over 350 destinations worldwide.
All right, you bring up the fact that you get on the ship and then everything is taken care of. Every time that my wife and I have cruised, I have commented, these people should run the government. It is so efficient. They get, thousands of people on and off, bing, bang, boo-ba-doo-ba-doo. It really is. The organization there, I mean, for the most part, it's really good.
Yeah, it's a fantastic sight to see. You never feel like you have so many people on board, and they move things through so quickly.
All right, tell us about maybe some special deals. Is Black Friday a good time to book a cruise for maybe next spring, or what do you suggest?
Well, Black Friday actually has become one of the best times of the year to book a cruise. In fact, some of the best deals you'll see are happening right now. Norwegian Cruise Line launched its biggest sale of the year, which is 50% off all cruises. Plus, it includes its free at sea package, which is backed by popular demand. And this package comes with amenities valued at over $2,000 in savings. Perks for this package include unlimited open bar, free specialty dining, shore excursion credit, and more.
Wait. Colleen, did you just say something? Yeah. Unlimited open bar?
Right, unlimited open bar. This means you can go on board and enjoy premium spirits like Grey Goose, or just have a cocktail without worrying about signing and paying every time.
All right, it seems like everybody tends to, I want to go to the Caribbean, we're going to go here to Bahamas. What are some other popular destinations, maybe off the beat places that you recommend people look into?
Well, you bet. So one of my favorite destinations is Alaska, and cruising is the absolute best way to see Alaska. And next summer, multiple Norwegian Cruise Line ships are visiting Alaska, including Norwegian Encore, Joy, and Bliss. Europe, of course, is also a great destination for cruising because it includes such immersive itineraries. And Norwegian spends more than 10 hours in some of the most popular ports across Europe. And soon we'll be deploying 9 ships across the Mediterranean, Greek Isles, and Northern Europe. Now, Caribbean and Bahamas still super popular, still one of my favorite places to visit because it's such a great way to get some sun when things get a little bit cold. And in 2026, NCL will have 18 ships sailing in the Caribbean and the Bahamas, including the all-new Norwegian Luna, which debuts next spring.
Well, we're looking at some video here from some of these ships, which are, small towns now with so many different things going on. 30 seconds left here, Colleen. Where can folks get more information on the cruise offerings and maybe some neat new places to look at for 2026?
To hear from real cruisers just like you, visit cruisecritic.com. And to find out more about the great ships and destinations I mentioned, visit ncl.com.
All right, all you got to do now is take down that green and yellow helmet in the back with Vince Lombardi's book. Get us a George Halas and a orange and blue helmet up there, Colleen. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, before you go on that cruise, you may have to fly to the port. And Roseanne Tejas is at O'Hare to give us kind of a, just looking at this shot right now, Roseanne, compared with when you've been out there in days past, far fewer people. Looks like kind of a light Monday.
Yeah, it's not. Definitely a lot happier than they were just last week. We'll give you an update on those federally mandated flight reductions that are no more as of this.
Stream Fox.
$9.29 and change. It's a beautiful morning out there on the chilly side. Grab that heavier jacket. You're looking down at the bean, and we have just a few clouds beginning to move in. And all of those colorful, well, the colorful trees that were nice and red, those maples, not many leaves left in those, but we still have, it looks like maybe a few oaks there changing on the left side of your screen. Fall is going to make a change. It's going to go to winter eventually, but I've got no real wintry weather in this forecast, just kind of fallish stuff, including one, maybe a half chance of some rainfall. Let's look at this first chance. First of all, out there right now, it's dry, and we're warming up, but you can see here on the satellite imagery some thicker cloud cover, which is actually producing some radar-detectable precipitation, which is mainly aloft out to our west, even moving in toward the Galena area. I don't really think any of that is reaching the ground yet, but it is a sign of a storm system that will, A, bring us more cloud cover, and B, eventually bring us a little rain. These are the current numbers. We had some cold lows. Wow, it hit 22 at Aurora's airport this morning, up to 35 there. 38 at O'Hare, Joliet, Kankakee, 43 at Gary. Valparaiso, you got 40 degrees, and it is 39 now in Merrillville. Waukegan, mostly sunny skies, and 37. There's a storm system on the way. Doesn't have an awful lot of moisture to play with, and there will be some snow in Wisconsin and Michigan, but there will not be any snow in Chicagoland. Looks like we'll get a little bit of rain in here tonight, especially after midnight. And our computer model, a couple of others now, are kind of downplaying much rainfall tomorrow. Maybe a few showers here or there. Could be a dry morning commute. And then high pressure comes in. It will dry things out with a northeast wind kicking in here on Wednesday. But those clouds, that low stratus deck may be a little bit on the stubborn side. So let's look at the 7-day forecast. Here's my outlook. 48 degrees today with some showers moving in at night. Tomorrow, some occasional light rain. I think it'd be rare for any of us to get more than a quarter inch of rain out of this tomorrow. Wednesday dry, 48 degrees. I haven't taken rain completely out of the forecast for Thursday and Friday, but it sure looks a lot less likely than it did last week at this time. So I'm only going with a 20% chance of showers. Over However, the weekend dry with a mixture of clouds and sun. Should be nice weather for the Bears-Steelers game as they get ready to go 8-3 against perhaps a non-playing Aaron Rodgers and those Pittsburgh Steelers. I got a couple of photos to share with you. The ginkgo biloba tree. It is a beautiful tree. Nicole Paracchio gives us a photo here, and you see all of those leaves. Ginkgos drop all of their leaves on the same day, oftentimes within just about an hour. It's one of the little remarkable traits of that very old tree. That's a great picture there. Love them on the ground, Nicole. Second photo, this one is from Johnny O'Hara. He gives us a beautiful look at the Field Museum after the age of dinosaurs. Cool. I like the black and white treatment there. Johnny, always good to see your work here, and thank you for being a frequent contributor via the Fox 32 weather app. Brian, Anita, back to you.
He's something like a frequent flyer for the show. Yeah. Plenty of people who have been apprehensive about booking holiday trips with the uncertainty of the government shutdown.
But now that it's finally behind us, we're checking back in to see how things are looking for travel. Roseanne has been at O'Hare all morning long. So what's it been like out there for some of the folks trying to make that first flight out this morning?
Yeah, not too bad. You know, Mike mentioned the wonderful weather. That's not going to delay your flight, and neither will the government shutdown. Not today. And that is the end of a nightmare for a lot of people, but particularly frequent flyers. Normal schedules did resume at 6 a.m. today at O'Hare. Air traffic controllers are back at their posts, and a lot of folks were especially concerned about the potential for massive disruptions over the Thanksgiving holiday. So there's great relief that scenario won't be playing out.
I thought the flights were going to be canceled because people weren't going to come in after 40 days of not working.
And this is a big trip for you.
Yes, because it's Thanksgiving and also we have another grandbaby on the way. Well, I don't. They do.
So you must be relieved.
I'm very relieved. Very, very relieved.
Yeah, in fact, even the people waiting in line at the TSA probably have never been so happy to at least know that their flight will be departing. Now, about that Thanksgiving holiday, you know, AAA expects an increase this year of about 2%. 6 million Americans flying, and 360,000 of them heading to airports here in Illinois. So they want to remind everybody, if you haven't booked your holiday, maybe you were waiting to make sure that everything was going to go through. Well, Thanksgiving Day is a great day to fly. It's less expensive. And remember, returning on the Sunday or Monday following Thanksgiving, those are the most expensive days. You could cut it short and save a little money by coming home on Saturday. Just a couple of tips for you ahead of the holiday. But once again, people in pretty good spirits here at the airport today with those flights resuming normal schedules. Back to you in the studio.
Roseanne, we're relieved that they're back to normal schedules, and the TSA agents are relieved because they're getting their checks now,
finally,
working with pay.
With the backpack.
Yeah.
You better believe it.
Thank you.
We hope things go smooth for the rest of this travel.
Yes,
we'll definitely be checking back in. All right, time now 9:35. We'll be right back on Good Day Chicago. Welcome back and hope your Monday's off to a beautiful start. Here's a live look from our Rosemont cam. Looks like things moving smoothly as folks are making their way out and about on this Monday morning. Well, Thanksgiving is right around the corner. We know you've already started putting together your Thanksgiving menu.
Gabriela Primus is at the chopping block, though, with some chefs who know a thing or two about cooking a delicious holiday dinner.
Okay, not only does the chopping block have a killer storefront, but they also have really great classes where you can learn a little something for the holidays or beyond. I am with the executive chef and owner here, Lisa Counts. Okay, you have something cooking for us. What's in the pan?
This is our cranberry orange ginger sauce.
Okay.
I feel like cranberry sauce gets a bad rap and everybody just goes to the can. And I wanted to show you a really quick and easy, simple sauce.
Okay, yeah, expand it. So it's a little bit of a twist, and that's what people, I think, are looking for. All right, this is a loaded question. I know that you guys have a lot here at the chopping block.
Yes.
What do you offer?
We offer cooking classes geared towards the home cook. So our motto is to get this country cooking one class at a time. And so we really want to make sure that we are making it less daunting and a lot more fun.
You know, Lisa, I love it because you're not new to this. You've probably seen a lot of students. You've been in a lot of kitchens before. People can come as they are, right? You don't have to worry too much about your level. And you could be even an advanced cook and still learn something, probably.
Exactly. Whether you're just starting out or you've been cooking your whole life, there's literally something for you here at the chopping block.
Okay, I might have missed it. So we're stirring all the ingredients in. Now we're just going to let it kind of simmer?
Exactly. So we started by sauteing some shallot and some ginger and some butter. We added some orange zest, some orange juice, and a little bit of water, just enough to be submerged. And we're going to let this boil away. Consistency is really whatever you'd like it to be. It can be thick, it can be thin. But my favorite part is just mashing it all up in order to really break open those cranberries.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking off camera. What do people get scared of with cooking? Is it panic almost? Is it being not patient enough and not letting things cook all the way through? What are usually the struggles people are going through when they come to your class?
I think the biggest struggle is just not knowing what to do in between steps. You know, I like to be able to teach, like, what are you looking for? What does it taste like? How do you know when you move on? And balancing flavor.
Okay, if people are looking for a cooking class to give gifts to somebody, something from your storefront, or maybe they're just wanting to boost up their skills before the holidays, where can they find more information about your classes?
On our website, thechoppingblock.com, you can sign up for classes right then and there. You can also buy gift cards from the website in order to gift your friends or family a great experience here at the chopping block.
And hold up people too, because if you're a little too exhausted with all the actual cooking you're doing and you forgot about dessert, you have some pie also options available for folks to pre-order. Okay, Lisa, thank you so much for having us. I learned a little something new. You don't have to just stick with the canned gravy, with the cranberry sauce. There's much more that you can learn, and it's nice and easy. Thanks to Lisa. Okay, well, more information on our website, fox32chicago.com. Looks good. Looks like some arm muscle, too, is needed. But the aroma, man.
Doesn't that smell delightful?
Yeah.
That does smell good, but we like the regular.
It smells good through the TV.
It does, right?
Yeah, we were sitting here having a good conversation about it. I think the hardest thing about it is the expectation. I was saying this to Ron. I think it's the expectation, especially if you're trying something for the first time for the holiday.
Which would be me. I got the task of mac and cheese, so y'all pray for me. But it'll be fun. I can follow directions. It'll be good.
Yes, and I said it depends on whose directions you were trying to follow. Don't let somebody lead you into.
I found a good follow on Instagram, so I'm just going to follow very closely. Have my 4 different types of cheeses, and I think we're going to be good to go. I'll have to report back.
I was just about to say, we are so circling back on this.
I'm not bringing it in, but I'll report back on what the feedback was.
One of the best things about traveling for the holiday is that it's an excuse that you just sit down at the table
and enjoy.
So that's what I will be doing. Yeah.
And after you get the good food, you gotta have the mouth-watering dessert.
Absolutely, and our next guest is the owner of one of the sweetest spots in Chicagoland, who's also dedicated to leaving a positive impact worldwide.
Yeah, you guys got us hungry so far on this Monday. A staple for many holiday meals is the pie, whether it's sweet or savory. Our next guest wants to help you make the perfect pie for you and your loved ones, or maybe even send you home with one of their own. Chef Maya Camille Broussard from Justice of the Pies is in studio here this morning. Thanks so much for being here and welcome back.
Thank you for having me.
So what would you say are your maybe top 3 pies that are a must for this holiday season?
Well, definitely sweet potato praline, salted caramel peach, because these are the 2 type of pie varieties that you can only get from Justice of the Pies. Nobody else makes this kind of pie. And then lastly, I would say our blue cheese praline pear.
Ooh, I want to get back to this one. So most people think of peach cobbler. What is your spin on this dish?
So we do have peach cobbler at the bakery, but when I created this pie, I wanted to create something that had all of the flavors of a peach cobbler, but would be in a perfect slice form. And so this is great when it's served warm, and then we top it with caramel sauce.
Oh, it's perfect, right? What would you say are maybe your pie rules if somebody is undertaking making a pie for Thanksgiving themselves at home?
So the pie rule that I would say sticks out in my mind the most is basically something that is well known in Louisiana, which is sweet potato is the only dessert that you serve at Thanksgiving.
Ah.
Yes.
Oh, and you also like to make what you call pies with purpose. What's your meaning behind that?
So we are an L3C. We are a social mission-based bakery, and our goal is to positively impact the lives of others. So we do that in various ways, whether it's offering workshops for kids who reside in lower-income communities or providing cups of soup for individuals who lost their SNAP benefits. We've recently partnered with Virtue Restaurant and Chef Eric to make 500 pies that we're going to give away to families in need.
I love Virtue. That's one of my spots as well. Tell us about these other pies you have over here as well.
So this is our caramel apple crumble pie. It is also topped with caramel sauce. And then we have our bourbon pecan pie. We also do a German chocolate bourbon pecan pie. Again, I offer a lot of classes, but I try to also offer unorthodox flavor pairings. And then for treats, we have our apple cider bread pudding. We have my Aunt Ruby's pound cake, which includes 5 flavors: almond, vanilla, rum, coconut, and lemon. So all of this is available when you come to our bakery, but you can pre-order online at heycutiepies.com for everything up until Wednesday.
I was going to say, because, you know, some people, maybe you try it at home, it doesn't quite work out as well, and you're like kind of searching for the last minute. When do these have to be in order to make it on the table on next Thursday?
So we're going to be selling Friday, Saturday, Sunday, as well as the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday before Thanksgiving. But I am also going to be open for 3 hours on Thanksgiving Day, because that was a huge request last year. But if you could get those orders in by Wednesday, this Wednesday, that'll be great.
That'll be a lot better for you, for sure. Out of all of these, I got to ask you, what's your favorite?
Pound cake. I am actually not a pie girl. That's a little widely known secret, but I love cake. And all credit to my Aunt Ruby, because this is her recipe, and every holiday season, I look forward to her cake.
And what is it about maybe the holiday season and these pies that you feel like bring families together? You mentioned like this is your aunt's recipe. How do you think that this time in maybe families bond over some of these sweet eats?
I think that Thanksgiving is an especially favorite holiday because we are, you know, reflecting on our gratitude, but most recently I am also reflecting on the indigenous. And so on my website, you'll see that we say Thanksgiving Day / Indigenous Foods Day, because I also want to acknowledge all of the contributions as well as everything that indigenous endured with everyone coming over here to America.
And if somebody's looking to pick up one of these pies or even your book, where can they find you again?
Our website is justiceofthepies.com, and our pre-order link is heycutiepies.com.
All right, appreciate your time. And if you don't want to do the hard work yourself, we got somewhere for you to go. All right, time is at 9:50. We'll be right back here on Good Day Chicago.
Fox 30.
.953 right now. Pope Leo welcomed Hollywood actors and directors to the Vatican. He encouraged them to use the cinema to, quote, promote human dignity. It's part of the Vatican's efforts to engage with people around the world. Director Spike Lee gave Pope Leo a New York Knicks jersey because several Knicks players went to Villanova, which is Pope Leo's alma mater.
All right, that makes sense.
I was waiting for the explanation, yeah, because, you know, he's Bears down, Bulls down.
Right, what's he doing with a New York Knicks? Come on now. All right, tickets for Metra's holiday trains go on sale today. Holiday train trips will be available on 5 lines. The Metra Electric, BNSF, Milwaukee District West, Rock Island, and Union Pacific Northwest. Your ticket also includes a visit to a North Pole winter wonderland at Millennium Station. Tickets will set you back $10 each, and they go on sale at noon today.
And they do not last long at all.
Yeah, Anthony Ponce got shut out last year because he snoozed, he lose. All right, illumination, tree lights at Morton Arboretum. They've opened up for the season.
Excited about this. It features dazzling light displays, music, and new animal sculptures. Fox 32 photojournalist Alex Levy gives us a look.
Illumination is going into its 13th year. It's one of Chicago's most beloved holiday traditions here at the Morton Arboretum, and we have 20 immersive light displays over a 1-mile ADA accessible walking path. It's a great way to spend time out in nature at this time of year, just kind of looking at the beauty of trees in the winter season.
We want our guests to come out and experience nature in a way they haven't seen it before, and to enjoy nature at the holidays, and also to just slow down. This is an opportunity to enjoy the holidays at a different kind of pace. We want people to enjoy the trail, stop for some hot chocolate, enjoy one of the fire pits, and really make an evening of it here at the Morton Arboretum.
This year we have our Vivid Creatures, which is our art exhibition. They are beautiful, colorful, gigantic animal sculptures, and you get to see them in a different light.
What we wanted to do was make the trees the real stars of our show, not just a frame to hold up lights, but to reveal the beauty of nature in the winter in different ways. What does the bark on this tree look like? What does the trunk of this tree look like? What does the canopy of this tree look like? And just explore that vocabulary using light and the celebration of the holidays.
I'm sold. I got to get there. That's amazing. I did zoo lights last year.
That's
so
good.
now I got to do the Morton Arboretum. Yeah. All right, let's send it up to Studio 32 or Chicago now. It's getting ready to start at 10 o'clock. Hey, guys.
Hey, I know Anita is going to love this first thing we're going to tease. This is a Chicago-themed Christmas concert.
Yes.
Bach and Beethoven classics, but all the lyrics have been changed to honor some local Chicago locations like the Lincoln Park Zoo.
So fun.
It's going to be great. It's tailored to Chicago.
Yes, we're talking to Cradles to Crayons because they're gearing up for their winter initiative. So we're going to find out how you can help out Chicago families in need.
And also, at long last, mortgage rates.
Let's go.
They're coming down.
Yes.
Could this be the time to finally either buy or refinance? We're going to answer all those questions on Chicago Now, coming up in just minutes. Stay with us.
Simple